subscribe you. And hello everyone, we're back. Session 42 of Whispers from the Atheneum presents Echoes of the Forgotten. We're here. It's been 2 weeks, it's a good time. Don't have really much of a preamble. We've got a Jeremy who's not here at the moment, but as usual, show up a little bit later. And inspiration to be handed out is going to Christine and Xavier and Osiris. So, if everyone's ready to go and happy to start. Yeah, it is. If everyone is ready and thriving, I think we'll get Darren to begin.
Last time on Echoes, the gatekeepers continued their flight through the city of Ghislaine and entered the Cleft, a region between the two hills, Ghislaine, that is mostly forgotten about by the city above. The smoke hangs thickest here, where visibility is reduced greatly, and the party chose the stealthier option. They snuck through the ramshackle sheds that those who live here call home. Several creatures watch them as they pass, and eventually, when trying to decide on their course of action, they were ambushed by a group of cross-wielding individuals who fired right at the magic users of the party. Accompanying them were Grimishkas, magical creations gone wrong. They leapt upon the party and set about being nuisances. With some choice shots from Selena, a crit from Xavier, and Akva continuing to be an absolute wall, and everyone doing what they can while limiting their magical use, the thugs were scared off after one died, and the Grimishkas attempted to flee but were struck down too quickly. The party took stock of themselves and continued on. Choosing to abandon stealth for speed, they reached the other end of the cleft, where they left the absolute slums for the slightly better slums. They entered...
He's a heal.
They entered...
Oh, we'll go do it in a sec.
Okay.
How dare you, AJ?
I got...
How dare you talk over me? They entered the mostly empty streets except for a single tiefling who seemed to be waiting for them. He approached them right away and told the gatekeepers to follow him. He led them right down the docks to the main road, past groups of people, and somehow there wasn't a single guard anywhere around them. They followed him down the docks to a ship that was sitting what seemed idle, and as soon as they were aboard, a captain was called out. The last the payment was made, and the party went below to rest as the ship very soon set sail. The next week was spent mostly at rest, except for the sudden appearance of Ilu, the brain baby that lives inside Osiris's head, some personal discussions, and a totally thought-out, thorough idea to send a message to Christine's patron that didn't backfire at all, and obviously no one, definitely not one of the ship's crew, was thrown overboard in the ensuing storm that threw them all about. The final day of travel was coming to a close. Tempest Bay sits only an hour or so in the distance. And AJ has gone AFK. What time?
Yeah.
So, taking up there, when we ended last time, the morning had just hit. It was dawn, just after dawn, when you all woke to the sound of hurried footsteps and scurrying crews on the decks above you, as anyone who went up to the top, anyone who goes up to have a look, you're allowed to go on the deck anytime you want, can see that about an hour or so out from where you currently are, you can see Tempest Bay. Tempest Bay, for those who don't know, is a massive naval city. Though because of Ghislaine's topography, it doesn't actually have a flush area to build docks into. So the dock line is actually built on water level, and then the city is built partially up a cliff face, and then on top of the cliffs themselves, spanning about 200-300 feet of cliffs going straight up, with these giant freight elevators moving stuff up top, warehouses built directly into the cliff walls. And at the very top of the hill, you see the residential section. At the very, very top of the cliff, you see some residential sections, some villas on the far sides of the city, and these like large construction-y looking areas that look very similar to what you saw at the Gear House, located very close to where those elevators seem to be heading towards or coming from. In the hour you guys have before you get to dock, is there anything anyone wants to do?
Yes.
Go for it.
Akbar, having been silent to the rest of the party for the last few nights at least, is going to go and see... now, the captain did say originally not to disturb too much, yes? But he is a merchant.
Yeah, he straight up said, like, you guys can walk around the dock, like the deck all you want, as long as you stay out of people's way and don't cause problems with the crew.
Cool. I'm going to approach him. if I can.
Yeah,
And
you can find time. He's up on because they're landing soon. He's up on deck, but he doesn't really have to call out any orders. He has he has two other men there who are doing all orders. He just stands and oversees them.
Akbar is going to ask in a polite manner. You wouldn't happen to be a trader of spears, would you?
Spears?
Well, before we left port, some fucker stole mine in his corpse.
He takes a moment just like looking at you after you say it that way. He doesn't comment on it. It's just like he looks at you like eyes squint a little bit. Like, did this man just admit to me he killed a man before getting on my ship?
Actually, I think that one lived, didn't he?
Yes, he ran off with your spear. He survived.
How rude.
Mm-hmm. Akbar is just very serious in terms of how he's looking. Didn't hesitate in saying it.
Spears. Alright. You want to buy a spear?
I want to buy at least 5 if you've got it.
5 spears. And he whistles out and he just calls over another one of his men. This guy who, see, he's like the quartermaster. He seems to take stock of all of their things. He's this like lizard folk man, has a big ledger with him. And he's like, we happen to have any spears in stock to sell our friend here. He looks you up and down. He's like, I will check, sir. And scurries on down the stairs on all 4. Everyone in the main area in the room hears like the scuttling on all right past the doorway and leads into the cargo hold. And he's looking at us. We don't normally sell spears. Might have some of our own, the crew's spears we could sell you, but it wouldn't be the same cheap price you'd get at a
No,
shop.
of course, I was already prepared to pay at least double the usual price.
He smiles when you mention double the usual price. Like, that's convenient, 'cause that's just what they cost. It doesn't even take a minute as the lizard folk scurries back up holding 5 spears.
Perfect.
And yeah, if you want to buy them, yeah, they're going to cost you 2 gold each.
Yeah, so that's 1 plat total? Yep.
Yep, 1 plat. You toss a platinum coin over, they take it. It's like, pleasure doing business with you.
I take my spears and I be on my way. Just gonna add that to my inventory.
As you're walking off, you overhear the captain immediately giving an order to the quartermaster to organize the purchase of 5 more spears and just hands them the platinum coin.
Money well spent.
Yeah.
And with that,
Wow.
with that, Arkford just goes back to reading in the corner till we arrive.
Yeah, fair. Anyone else doing anything on the hour you have to go in? Hey, Jeremy.
Oh.
AJ's AFK somewhere on the show right now.
Alright. Time
I
to
feel
make
like-
all the rolls.
Obviously.
I feel like I'm just like anxiously anticipating getting in and getting out as quickly as we can. I just want to be done with like the one place that kind of has wanted posters everywhere.
First time?
Yes,
Yes.
it is most definitely the first time.
I don't think I have anything particularly I want to do. I'll be spending probably any, if not all my time below deck anyway. I wouldn't really bother wanting to go up above.
I feel like before we land, I'd like to talk to people about like a game plan, if that hasn't already been mentioned.
I don't believe it has.
So I'll
Have a
find
game
like
plan. It's called winging it.
that seems like a bad idea with like a walking hobgoblin like standing out everywhere we go.
Yes,
Oh, and
the
not to
hobgoblin.
mention the succubus.
No, first up the hobgoblin's the most
2
important part.
giant red people.
I call it more
no,
pinkish.
pink, please.
Oh, she's pink? Never mind. I take it
Pinkish.
back.
She's a color.
Colors.
Yeah, just sort of like, if I get a chance with people, I'll just be like, so how do we want to do this? Because I feel like just walking out there with all of us, to like gestures to everyone, might not be the smartest idea.
You were not
Arkford
wrong.
shrugs.
I missed that, Sam, sorry.
Oh, Arkford shrugs.
You were saying something, Osiris?
You're not wrong. We do have to be careful. But unless anybody needs to be here long for any particular reason, I don't think we have to stay too long. I personally think we should follow up on that lead we do have here.
I
but
agree.
I don't know how high of a priority that is to everyone.
Personally, I think that maybe we should find a boat, and no offense to you, Xavier, it's more people are not very kind around these parts, and I feel that you've probably noticed that people tend to judge you when you go places. And now we have a bounty on our head, and there's not all that many hobgoblins around here. Maybe we should
Keep
get
the helmet
y-
on. Got it.
I was more thinking we get a boat and we get you and Christine's mother onto the boat and get them to wait for us until we come back. But if you had a better idea.
It's fine. I can stay with your mother. Well, mother and half, but I don't know. I'll stay with her.
Not my mother. It's Christine's mother. You met my
Christine?
mother.
I promise not to kill your mother and send them to hell.
That is another thing.
Even as a joke, like saying that, she perks up as like a "What the fuck did you just say?" Like, but not without saying it.
Christine, did you want to stay with your mum, or would you prefer to come sort this out with us?
I can't leave her alone, but we also don't have anything set yet, even for her to stay. Even looking for something's going to be difficult. She needs. I'm not leaving her side.
That's understandable. I just feel like maybe bringing her into the middle of this is probably a bad idea at this point. Unless anyone knows anyone here that might be able to help us. Osiris, I mean, you lived in Gislane for a while, didn't you?
I did. I can try. I think our first game plan should be requisitioning a ship of our own, even if it is only a small one, because we do have to deal with your mother. Not your mother, your mother. Which we should probably do first, even if we sail around half the continent to get the right drop spot, but I think it's something that we should do because, and no offense, you're going to be useless if you're distracted by your mother. No offense. I mean, like in combat.
Doesn't say anything, but refuses to look in your direction.
Doesn't Suke spend his time living in this bay?
I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he's not here. He's in Gislane still.
Well, wasn't he supposed to meet us here? This is out of character.
Out of character, after leaving the situation in Gislane, he said he was going to come back here. But on foot to here, it's almost the same length as a ship does, hugging the coastline. So he will probably be arriving later the same day that you guys get here.
Okay. We could requisition a ship and get them to stay in port for a little bit longer. I know that Nerician should be here possibly later this day, maybe tomorrow at worst.
And we
But yeah.
could always, if we do meet with Miss Ariante, whatever favor we're able to drive from giving her information and anything else that might be helpful, we might be able to get a ship from her.
Are you still sure that's what you want to do?
No, I'm not, but we're kind of running out of options.
I think that talking to this... I think I know about Ariante, don't I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you definitely know of her.
Do I know enough about her to know, like, her reputation and, like, how...
She's not an unknown figure in Gislane. Anyone raised in there, and even in the KC, basically what the message of the day, you know that immediately, that she controls the Stormcaller's fleet. Like, she's in charge of that whole operation. She's probably one of the richest, she's from one of the richest families in Gislane, sans the royal family.
In terms of political power, the Ariantes have the most. Again, sans the royal family themselves. It's like Maria Ariante is known for being a very direct person to deal with. She doesn't tend to beat around the bush a lot, and she tends to get shit done herself. And alright, it's a whole like, if you can't do it right, don't do it at all kind of situation.
So she's sort of self-made.
Oh, definitely. Her family, the Stormcallers, she inherited the Stormcallers herself. Like, she wasn't around, I think, when they were built. But she's the one who expanded the fleet from the initial 1 ship to the 3 that now run.
Okay. She's a very, very powerful woman. Probably one of the most influential out there.
Which is why I still think this isn't a good idea, especially for what she did in the lead up, apparently.
She
If
has.
if she was on his side at all, I don't think this is a good idea.
It
We
sounds
don't
like
have
she did.
to include anything about your mother. We just need a boat.
I think that she messed up. She dealt the wrong hands, probably trying to get more power. This is always how it goes in Ghislaine. And it's not working out for her, so she will most likely try to get rid of the caretaker. He's the one that's holding her back, has ruined her image.
Yeah, don't we also know, like, for a fact that she wants to, like, restage this coup? Or, well, not maybe not restage this coup, but wants to re-intervene and stop what's going on? Or am I
Just-
remembering wrong?
You
You
just got known that she was sharpened on a deal, right?
you got the hint that tensions between her and the caretaker are not the best after everything has gone out. That's what she got from Morgana. And Morgana says you might be able to exploit that.
So you want an audience with a noble, right?
A very powerful, influential noble who will most likely strike a deal with us, but at the same time is most likely could
Then what-
also turn and hand us in.
Then what better way to get her attention by going after something she owns? It wouldn't be the first time we've stormed into a front place dealing with a few guards, or at least wouldn't be my first time.
You
I don't
can't
know
be
if that's the
serious.
kind of attention we want. We might be able to just get an audience. Like, if we
She
say,
owns most of this place. She'd have a lot of guards. I don't think that would be the best way to go about it this time. Best way would be, she's a very forthright. She doesn't mix with that sort of. I can't think of the word. She says it how it is, and I think that maybe she would prefer something the same as that.
do you know
if we
what she
could-
looks like by any chance?
I reckon Selena would know her. She probably would have seen her at like.
Yeah.
Can I get a description?
Maria is a. She's human, right? We read her as human?
Yep, she's a
Yeah.
human, middle-aged, like slightly graying, like whitish hair, and but yeah, she's very strong-looking. Has a lot of like lean muscle on her body. Usually decked out in fancy clothes because she's a noble. Has like the scarred hands and arms of someone who's actually worked in their life instead of most noblemen. And is incredibly like has a very like no-nonsense, like very strong, stubborn like face. She's not a beautiful person, but she's a woman I would consider handsome.
Yeah, like, and when you saw her, she was never wearing, like, dresses or something at, like, these galas and stuff. She was very much in, like, men's regalia.
She was the only Ghislainian noblewoman I've ever met to go to a dinner party in a pantsuit.
Yeah,
And
You're just-
I was impressed.
You're just reaffirming my suggestion.
She's very strong. She does wear nice clothing, but she's worked a lot. You can tell by her features, by her hands. She's middle-aged. I'd say she'd be going in close to her 50s, maybe. Graying hair. You won't be able to miss her from the fancy clothes, though. Not in a place like this.
I'm going to be straight up with you. If you're going to seek an audience with them, Selena and Christine, I doubt that she's going to have the time to listen to you just by just by um, what I'm hearing right now. If she's what she said, if she is what you say she is, she's not going to respect anyone who hasn't even put the hard yards in. And frankly, you're too young. Your hands aren't even calloused, and you don't appear to be one of the working class.
Who even said I
Akvo
wanted an
might have a
audience with her in
chance.
the first place?
I beg to differ. Actually, this could go well enough. Sure, we are younger, but we are putting the hard yards in. Christine has most certainly not lived with a silver spoon, and I may have for a while, but I have been on the road for a long time, and I am working towards something that is quite difficult. But you weren't there when we went to what was the name of the place again? I can't remember it now. Hang on. Duskbloom. Is it Duskbloom?
Duskview.
Yeah,
Dusky. We had to speak to a similar noble woman, no nonsense, don't beat around the bush kind of woman, and I did get through to her quite well.
Didn't you have to use your namesake though?
It was
That wouldn't
more
work
of a.
here.
It was more of a. Why? We tried the namesake. She was more of a. Why should I? And I just said, well, if you let me in, I'll be on my way, and then you won't have to bother with it anymore. And if we fall in and hurt ourselves, it's our own fault.
Same tactic would get us shoved away at the door, though. We wouldn't
She's the
even get
kind of
close.
person who wants something.
Do we have anything in terms of information that she should have, or
We have contacts in Telmarus that will help us defeat the caretaker. And I'm pretty sure that's the main thing on her agenda at the moment. Get rid of the caretaker, get things back to the way they were before.
And again, she would have been opposed to those people initially.
I don't know if she was opposed to the people in Telmarus, rather she was working for the caretaker because she
Christine.
saw more power.
People's views change.
I just
is
think
always
that it was
stupid
all
to
about
someone else.
power.
You can look at Xavier right there as an example of someone whose views change. He was a devout to his own beliefs. That changed quickly once they turned on him.
Twice.
We don't bring up the first time.
We don't.
All I'm saying is, while my ways might be a bit more barbaric, we do have something that could be argued to be a bargaining chip. Those bounties.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting we
Like
throw
a
crazy
dungeon
into the mix.
what kind of crazy?
If
You want to cause some kind of scene here?
I am simply implying that you want to speak to her. If she is someone who's very, as you'd say it, direct, hands-on, then attempting a direct approach and demanding an audience at the, let's say, words of turning yourself in might get her attention.
Mm,
It could.
okay. A solid B plan.
My
I
other
look
suggestion was
to-
burn down the docks, but I don't think you want to try that. There's too many innocents around.
Yes, agreed. About the innocence, not about burning it down.
I put
Which would-
burning it down.
I look at Selena. Would you want to take care of the conversations then, if this was able to be set up?
I would be happy to. I
Alright.
think that it could work out well, or it could work out very badly.
Fantastic. Cyrus writes himself and calls Elu over, and as Elu comes flying over, he starts casting a spell, and Elu's form kind of doesn't really change, but you're able to pick up certain phrases throughout it, and I would like to cast Sending.
Yep.
Good.
And who are you sending to, and what are you sending?
Miss Ariante, hoping
I
that the
assume.
description I was given was enough.
I would say, given you've passed through Tempest Bay, on more than one occasion, having to come here after everything that happened. Like from the KC, this is the first place the ships come to. You've passed through this area. You spent a lot of time in Ghislaine when you were studying. it's a case of like you've probably seen her once before years ago, and this description's enough to jolt your memory to be able to send the message.
Fantastic. All right.
So maybe how there's no restrictions to ascending. You just send it to anyone. There's like no like blocked ID or like you
Yeah,
can hang out.
there's no consent with sending.
Yeah, you just bombard people with questions.
That's what
Yeah,
you think.
well, we know what happened with with your grandmother.
It's just like drunk dialing, basically. You could just drunk dial someone with sending every day.
Oh my god, you can. I'm using that
I
for
love
later.
you, and I miss you.
Saving that idea for later for a different campaign.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Alright, back to the logic.
Yep.
Alright. I say, Miss Oriante, I have heard that you have been dealt a bad hand by our mutual friend, the caretaker. We have some information for you. That is full 25 words.
There is a very short pause where you get a response back that is just, oh, for God's... I don't know who you are, I don't know what you're dealing with, state your name and business or leave me alone.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's
Alright. Let me tick off spell slots real quick.
Go ahead.
Fair enough.
you got a few of them.
I have a few of them, that is correct. I will recast it. Yeah, fuck it. Alright. Apologies. I'm Osiris. And I have a group interested in the downfall of the caretaker. If that was not easily inferred from the previous message. Are we able to meet? I don't know if that was enough, but I'm going to say yes.
There is a slightly longer pause this time, as you're not sure what she's doing. Who knows if she's busy right now, or if she's thinking it over.
She could be fucking for all we know. We don't know.
Yeah, for all you know.
She could be.
God.
We don't be judging.
But there is a longer pause. It's enough of a pause to make you, it's another one of those like you wonder if the person's even going to respond.
Oh, I know people respond. I have sent sendings where no sendings should be sent, and it still gets a response.
Yeah, and you know this area, it isn't going to block it like the other places have.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, give me 1 second to look something.
Uh-oh.
What I do. That's what I'm good at.
What spell can we cast?
Don't you dare lecture me with your $30 haircut.
$30 well spent.
God damn it, I love my computers being slow.
Just send me what to look up.
Download some more RAM.
I think the spell you're looking for is power word
Oh,
Yeah.
kill.
Yeah.
Could you survive that?
What,
Probably not.
what exactly do you want?
Oh, I think you can you. How much health do you have?
Oh, not nearly as much as I'd like.
Not you, but Akvor.
It's 100 HP or it insta kills, right?
Yeah.
I'm an 87.
Damn. Really? 87?
Hell of a way for me to introduce a new character, wouldn't it?
Alrighty,
amazing.
Cyrus. Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh,
Jesus.
is this a mind-altering / rewrite effect?
No. No, you have. This is just a blank wisdom saving throw. You're not sure the situation. 13.
Sending a
With the
punch in the
modifier.
face? Hell yeah.
Can't possibly
Oh.
be as bad as the last thing that happened.
Yeah, I wasn't even there for that. I didn't think anything else was gonna happen that session. Boy,
Well-
was I wrong.
Okay.
Oh, you're being screwed.
Now I need to think at 25 words.
Yeah.
You have my spear.
And my axe.
And
That's
my small dagger and crossbow.
In these hands.
These hands.
From Akvor.
These hands.
Could also have been like a detect thought.
No,
Hell of
I
a
think
range, but-
that's a hell of a range, but I don't think that's the one. I think I might know what it might be.
Who's to say she's not on the ship with us?
I wonder if it's like a suggestion, because that would be cool.
Over sending?
Yeah,
Oof,
why not?
that'd be weird.
Hold on, I need a read suggestion now.
I think it's got a range of like 30 feet or 60 feet. But she could be in like the house on the dock. We don't know.
She could be literally on the ship, right beside us.
Darian thinking.
Listen, I gotta count 25 words. I hate this shit.
That's why you use your fingies.
Fingies.
Yeah, but he likes to plan stuff out, especially someone like Maria.
What?
Meow. Okay, that's 2 words. What else should I say?
Bark, bark, wolf. Bark, bark, bark. Wolf.
Okay.
Wolf.
So you get a response back after. It's a long time. It's about 10 minutes passes
Jesus.
before you get a response, and you get the response back. Osiris, I take it from the posters then. The others are with you, I presume. What would wanted individuals want from one who'd possibly turn them in?
Alright.
Are you relaying this at all?
No, I mean, this is a conversation. We'll talk about this later.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because there'd be
I
so
then
many, I
cast
told you so.
My third use of sending.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I had the word, now I gotta remember what the word was.
You meant if I told you so, that will come from this.
You said, what was the last, like, couple of words you said? Jog my memory.
Literally just closed the notepad I had it written on.
It's not good enough.
It was like, what would you want with somebody who'd possibly turn them in?
I believe it was also the others are with you, I assume, or something.
Yeah, that was what the others are with you, I presume.
Presuming instead of assuming.
Of course, she's fancy like that.
We smart over here.
Using them big lady words. She went with the working class.
Presuming makes an arse out of you and Pre.
Who's pre?
I mean, it
don't
makes
know.
sense. Presuming is based on probability.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So she does math. We know that. Does she do taxes? Probably not. She's a noble.
She has someone to do that for her. Someone like Darian, for example. Little tax man.
She's a noble. She just commits tax fraud.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Tax
what I was
fraud.
thinking.
She has someone to commit
fraud,
tax
has
fraud
she?
for her.
I don't think she's
Yeah.
committed tax fraud.
Oh,
If she does,
she's
she's done it very carefully.
She's been dealing with. She's gonna be dealing with the eyes. Oh, let me tell you, I don't like tax fraud.
They turn their eyes away from the nobles.
Thinking the words through very carefully, Jeremy.
No, I'm just writing them out because I'm gonna forget because my brain is the size of a walnut.
I did the same thing.
That's why we're filling the dead air.
with the third use of sending, I
Mhm.
say, a moment of your time to hear us out. As a sign of good faith, I tell her exactly where we are.
I like the balls on this one.
Okay.
You don't know,
That's
you
the
can't
worst that
hear
can
it.
happen.
I know, that's the
You
worst
could,
part.
I would say you could probably make a perception check to see what words are currently scrolling again, like a long elu.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just watching him like hold Elu in his hands, eyes closed, and it's been like maybe 15 minutes at this point.
Just like anxiety. I'm too anxious.
Yeah,
All
wrecked,
those fives.
both of you.
You know, like you wanna test me?
Yeah, I'll make elu make a, I don't know, what, a stealth check? First elu roll?
Actually, you know
It's
what?
gonna
Fuck you.
suck, but...
Oh no!
Fuck you.
no.
Fuck. I rolled a 5
Yes.
again.
Forever.
As you guys are trying to look, it's just the speed of the words themselves. Like periods of time, they're just like it's nothing. Elu's just like rubbing up against her dad, and then when like you see like she stiffen and like quickly words are scrolling across her body in like a golden glow, and then like they're immediately gone. As you try to have a look at what they're saying, it's too fast.
I was never taught how to read egg, okay?
Is it too late to... Where's David by the gods? Go check that too. No, I
Too
won't.
late. We already did.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't think 8 could still... Well, 8 would... No, 8 wouldn't do anything.
I like that I don't know what is being said, so I'm even more anxious.
You should just try relaxing sometime. Works great.
Yeah, take a chill pill.
If you say that out Are you saying that out loud?
Can I offer you a spear in this trying time?
Okay.
Congratulations, you
Arthur
now have a
hands you
spear.
a spear.
Thanks. Just holds the spear.
I'll grab that back later.
What's everyone else doing while this is all happening by this
Okay, I got
exchange?
words.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Here's a response. It comes back very quickly this time. And it's just, well, I know that already. You've intrigued me, though. If you can make it to my state house in the city, you can have a few minutes of my time.
Are we gonna have to fight through the city now?
Are you gonna make me use my pearl of power to get a fourth one so I can get an address, or do I not need an address? Do I know where that is? Have I seen it before?
I would say,
In Tempest,
literally,
yeah.
if you just ask Selena knows where it is.
If you
Just from your growing up, like, Selena would have been taught where it is purely for the fact of, like, you were taught some statecraft.
A little bit, and
Yeah.
like, I mean, there'd be a map of Tempest Bay, and there'd be like that one big freaking house, like manor.
even
It's like,
yeah.
oh, everyone knows that that's where the, Miss
So-and-so.
Ariante lives.
Well, it's like the Ariantes have two houses in Tempest Bay. There's the Ariante Manor, which is on the very edge of town, which is like the massive style, like, palatial estates and all the fancy
Oh, look.
gardens and shit. And it's like, that's where most of the Ariante family lives. And then right near the center of town, near the town hall and everything, there is the Ariante Manor, the Ariante State House. And it's known that, like, basically Maria lives there so she can be close to her work. And
Yeah.
she almost never goes to the other one unless it's, like, for some event.
Yeah, I would have heard about that because I would
Yeah.
have been showed like maps and stuff. I don't think that she ever stepped foot out of Ghislaine City.
No,
But-
probably not.
Yeah, she would have been shown like maps and stuff, and she would have looked at them out of interest as well.
I don't think I would have heard anything myself about that.
But yeah, if you're just
anything?
like Osiris, like, oh, where's this place? Yeah, Selena knows right away.
Alright, so I finished ascending. I looked to everyone. Sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I initially thought. We have an audience. We just have to find her. You said state house?
Yep.
Yep. We just have to find her state house, and I'm not too sure where that is.
Oh, that shan't be hard.
What
I
exactly
believe I
did
know
you
where it
offer
is.
up as bargaining chip?
Ooh, can I take a wild guess?
Technically nothing. I'm just that good.
And
Trust
meaning?
me. Trust me.
Just
Hang on, where's my
be-
deception skill?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What was against
trust
that
me.
inside, right?
10,
That's the move.
9.
I believe you.
I'm gonna have to roll, aren't I?
I
have to
had
roll.
complete faith in you.
Yeah.
17.
Cutting words.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
9.
Yeah!
That's fucking amazing.
That's a number 9. Why are we wasting all these rolls?
16.
Okay.
So with the 16,
No regrets.
after all the math, I mean, yeah, Selena, Akfa, this is Osiris. He's never really steered you wrong before. Like, he's done one oopsie. Christine, he's done one oopsie before.
No, it's not even that. It's more like, yeah, he's done a big oopsie before, but also like this is involving something very important to someone who could easily put us like back to square zero any day.
My idea is that Osiris, like, sometimes he's not always truthful, but it's always for good reason, and he does know what he's doing.
Can someone
So I'm
remind
just
me of my
trusting it.
oopsie? Because I don't remember what it is.
Your oopsie was like, let's go get a book.
It happened like a session ago, buddy.
No, it was, let's go get a book. Then it ended up with people dying.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Bad.
It's a
Also,
pretty
we
big
can count
oopsie.
last session as another one as well.
I thought they were just talking about last session, like the thing
My
that I
main
just
fault was
said.
last session.
So, yeah, Selena's kind of just like, okay.
Cool, so we gotta go through the city?
We don't all have to. We could just send a small group.
I think
Who would you
that
propose?
Good question. I don't know.
But she knows we're here,
Yes.
so there's no real need for me to hide now, is there?
Maybe as we walk through the
Just
city.
because she knows we're here doesn't mean the guards don't know we're here.
I'd
have to
say
go-
if you do want to come with, maybe put your helmet on. Something
she-
to cover yourself up a little bit.
If she knows we're here anyway, there's no point in us separating, because if we're separated, it's more of a chance for her to corner us.
You're correct. We should all go. You're right.
If the guards don't know we're here, and they do capture us, we're just going to go be brutal.
But she
beforehand
could
anyway,
notify the guards.
Considering she is the
Either way, there's no point in us splitting up anymore.
Would going around the outer edge of this place be possible? Looking to someone who knows this place, Selena.
No.
I've only seen it via maps.
Probably
Looking
not.
to Osiris next.
Kind of on a cliff.
Yeah, it's the fact that to get
shrug.
from the water level to the actual city, you have to like scale hundreds of feet of cliff face, either by these like staircases that are built into it, or by these like large freight elevators that exist. And there's only like so many of these staircases and pathways up.
We don't roughly know how long it might take us to get there.
From your current position or from
Yes, current
walking?
position.
Like when you get so from okay. Your boat is
Basically.
your boat is set to arrive probably around midday.
Oh, I mean when the boat arrives. I should
Oh.
say.
Yeah, you're about like the boat itself is only like 30-ish to 40 minutes left before it reaches the city, because you're only an hour out when we started. From the docks to the top of the, if you were to climb the stairs, it would probably take over an hour because it's a very large staircase and not all of you are super physically fit. If you were to avoid climbing somehow, either by somehow getting on one of the freight elevators to go up much faster, or by flying or something, it could be like 20 minutes.
I have the semblance of a plan.
Okay. I'll hear it.
Go on.
Reluctantly. Go.
So we get a freight elevator up. End of plan.
Okay. Are you gonna put me in a box?
Shake,
You don't
shake my
have to be
head.
in a box. It's
Just-
fine. We have invisibility. In fact, I have double invisibility. You
know
wait.
what?
You don't even know what I'm capable of
Quick
now.
question. I gotta roll a history. Do I know what a free elevator is?
You can see them from where you are.
Yes.
so, like,
Yes, I
they're
do.
these
It's
massive,
close to a catapult, so you do.
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
these
no.
massive like lifts that, from what you know of them, which is not a crazy amount, they can probably lift like about 6 carts at a time.
Ah, they can do catapult weight. Got it.
Oh yeah.
That's honestly Arc's standard of heavy lifting.
It's better than a catapult. Y/N.
Okay. Could you not do, say, invisibilities
above
off
the
the table?
catapult?
Could you not do some of your weird, misty, visiony things to hide us all in my cargo?
Yeah, I got one more of them
Personal
left.
trace.
I use my pearl of power.
Did
I
you
get
know?
a third level
Okay.
spell slot back.
No. Yep, you do so.
You don't have to, yeah.
Just if it was needed, would that be better?
I mean, I could do that as a last-ditch effort. Because even if we get, I point to Akbar and Xavier, even if we get both of you on a freight elevator, that way it takes a lot less time for you guys to get up there, invisible, and you can find somewhere to hide until we get up there. That's probably not a terrible idea. Right, we also have you. I imagine at this point my back has been subvertedly facing Christine's mom, and I just remembered she was there because I looked at the combat track. I'm like, right, we gotta.
Yep.
Do you have invisibility for her or not?
Not
You
prepared,
swapped
no.
it out, didn't you?
100% I did.
Alright, that's cool. So I still have 2 uses. I can still use it twice. I can upcast it.
Upcasting to the next creature.
Yeah.
Arthur starts
that-
asking Sakamama in Infernal, knowing full well at this point she probably doesn't understand a single word. I'm going to add on a performance check if Charad's here to try and just say the word invisibility with a question mark.
Feel free to make your roll.
What the fuck are you doing?
You pantomime and gesticulate and make whatever motions you physically think resemble the term of invisibility,
Oh my god, it's just a game of peekaboo.
and she looks at you, and her eyes narrow for a bit, and her head turns about 45 degrees, and then she just like reaches out and like takes one of your hands and just puts it over your own eye,
You know what?
That works.
and then she looks at your hand, and then those who know feeble minds know that it completely removes anyone from being able to communicate in any form. So,
Yep. Yep.
You're not stopping me from trying.
oh, do all you want. It's funny.
Unfortunately, the spell that's been cast on her has made it impossible to do any form of communication.
Well, I don't know about you, but I couldn't see her for a moment.
It
Please
is
stop.
all about perspective.
Don't encourage him. Right now, please.
If we don't encourage each other, no one else will. And that's just sad.
Right, well, I'm gonna go watch us approach the shore. Let me know the idea.
Okay. Oh, this is just all messed up. Everything's just... This whole bounty thing is just...
Oh, it is what it is. It's fun. As a precaution, though. As a precaution.
Yes.
I send Elu to in front of Selena, and she kind of like she boops you, and has a spell cast on you, and you now have mage armor.
Oh, that's so cool. She's like, when Elu flies up, she's kind of just like, oh, hello. It's like,
Protect.
magic?
Attack.
Yeah, her mage armor is literally the word like for armor and protection and defense, like scrolls along your body and like wraps around like your wrists and up your elbows and stuff, and it's mostly hidden by your clothes, where you have clothes. But it's just like it almost looks like very subtle like ink work of
You
just
do
like
remember
words
the
in
new
different languages.
artwork.
Yeah, you have a lot of skin showing.
Selena doesn't have as much clothes as she used
Yeah.
to.
So now it looks like Selena just has some words in different languages scroll over her wrists and like across her arms and shoulders.
Which, from like was it 10 days that we were traveling?
7.
Seven.
In the time that she's taken to like really meditate on the new like ability that she's been given, she's starting to get like this weird faded sort of patterning, like starting from like the tops of her hands to like up to about her elbow as well, if anyone notices. So
Probably
that's
not.
kind of just over it as well.
So Elu does that, and then Elu comes flying back. It's like, and I have one use of invisibility with her, which I don't have to concentrate on. So we can have either 2 people invisible, or we can have 3 total. It does use my last use of higher tier magic, but
I definitely vote that
We should be able to make
Christine's
it.
mother and Xavier are invisible. Arkfur, there are Leonin around, but
I
they
can
do
fit into
stand
tight
out.
places.
I think at this point we all stand out enough, even as a group. Even
still got that main character vibe.
even if we were to cut down from Akfor, Xavier, and even my mother, like we still kind of stand out.
We can cover up a little bit more. We are sort of regular sized. No offense, Xavier, you are very tall. And Arkfur, you are also quite
You know what?
tall.
I did walk out. I want to approach the captain again.
Oh,
before we
right, you're there.
Yeah.
Aye.
I'm just talking to no one. I'm like, oh, wait, he's gone.
You, does any of your cargo go up on the cargo freights?
Can for a price.
What sort of price would you be after?
15 gold ahead.
Alright. Well, if you're not unloading right away, this might work. By right away, I mean as soon as you put the anchor down.
He just like looks at you for a second. Okay.
We may need to get to the top. That's why I'm asking.
I'll have some. If you've got the money, I'll have some crew empty some barrels.
Thank you. We've got, and I look over I assume side or out a window. We've got probably, what, 10 minutes? 15?
Yeah, with all the talk and stuff, you guys are getting close to the docks. Some of the crew are preparing the ship for landing. Yeah, you're about 10, 15 minutes out.
We can't immediately get everything off. We still have customs and to talk with the harbour master. So you've got about half an hour, 45 minutes to get prepared.
Okay, cool. Well, with that, I thank him with a respectful head bow nod, and finally make my way back down, regardless of whatever they've been discussing.
Do I have inspiration?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good to
I
know.
knocked lightly on the door to where we've been staying, just to make sure they're not gonna freak out.
Mhm.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Learn anything?
Well, and I go over to, I'll do Selena first. She's responded first. I go over and I sort of start measuring her height.
Good hand.
What's she doing?
Gonna need a bigger snake, my guy.
You'll fit in the barrel.
Barrel?
The captain can maybe get some barrels that go on the cargo freight if we want to avoid spell usage.
I'm not going in a barrel.
I
I'm
didn't say you-
fine in wooden structures enough as it is. I'm not going back.
Oh no, we could
ever.
paint you. That's different.
I'm not getting in a crate or a barrel.
Are you all claustrophobic?
If
No,
I say
it's
yes,
the
do I
last
have to get
time.
in the barrel?
I'm just simply trying to save maybe a few spells, make life easier.
I think that it's
You know
not.
what? I'm gonna speak to the captain.
I don't know how you guys work with magic. I just know you cast a certain amount a day and then you're tired.
Yeah, there's a point where we can't cast that level anymore.
Don't get me started on those war people. They need a lot of rest.
I also don't think I feel comfortable. Slay sort of looks a little bit to her mother, putting her in tight spaces at the moment.
Probably not the best idea. I feel like I need to be a part of what we're about to do, but if we do need to be smuggled out afterwards, then it kind of defeats the purpose, though. I'd have to stay here if I were to go in the barrel. But if I did have to get in the barrel, I would. I'm sure it would be fine.
Would we know where the cargo would be taken to as a destination? Because then we'd have to worry about getting out of there.
Well, that's where maybe we have the people that could be invisible. We have some of us in that, because not all of us can be invisible, I think. And then those people there just knock and slightly push us over.
It also just major image us all looking like barrels. Shrug.
What, like Solid Snake?
He did
walk?
imply that earlier, I just don't know if that was picked up.
Ah, right. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's already implied the magically, magic, whatever vision stuff. That was what that was.
Ah,
I-
gotcha.
Actually have like a change of fine clothes because I've got my vestments that I'm wearing at the moment, but I had the traveling clothes that I also had, but I also bought fine clothes at one point. I'm gonna just change into the fine clothes and just. She's just like, one moment, I think this might be a good idea, and just like walks a couple of meters away and just like starts taking her vestments off and like gets her fine clothes out, starts dressing in front of everyone.
Okay. As you start doing that, Xavier, you've gone up to talk to the captain.
Good evening, Captain.
Good
I
day.
require your insights of the lady of this town.
Aye.
If she says she's invited us to a meeting and all we have to do is get there, she expecting us to fight our way there, or just go there?
Wouldn't have the
Sure.
foggiest. Haven't talked to her before.
Okay. Well, just so you know, she knows we're all aboard. So if the gets delayed in customs, I apologize for the inconvenience on behalf of my comrades.
As long as your inconvenience can give me more coin, then we'll both be fine.
Xavier, what are you doing?
Telling the man he's been called.
You're not going to sell us out now, are you?
Oh, why would you put that in his fucking head?
You use your brain less than I do, and I'm
You can't counterspell a conversation, can you?
He just
I
looks
wish
at you.
What if I cast Shatter on his eardrums?
Silence.
I think that'll break the boat.
I would like to cast insight on this man to see if he's the type who actually will sell us out, despite what he says.
Go ahead, roll insight. Just looks at you.
Man just needs a 5, probably.
Sort of like looks you up and down. With the 12, he's not an honest man. He's a smuggler.
You don't say.
So
The pirate isn't honest? That's crazy.
Who'd have thought?
That's
No honor
that
among
shit
thieves.
cray.
he,
Even before, this is like, even before she knew we were here, I was planning on doing this. But then a certain someone got the shit blown up.
he is
Man,
a,
that shit cray.
you could trust as much as you could throw him. And
How far could I throw this man?
he's pretty portly. He has a look at you. He's like, I mean, I do look like the individual who would have fed you food this morning, laced it with some sleeping poison that would have made you fall asleep by now, looked you up and arrested you and taken you to the nearest guard shelter. Oh, you paid me. You can make that choice.
By the way, everyone, roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, sure.
Nice.
You know what?
That's for later during the
Talks
day.
money talks. That's all I need to know.
Xavier's gonna be really broke.
I have no money.
He just walks.
Xavier's really broke. Xavier's already broke.
And you
I
decide-
didn't get paid. I got fired before I got my paycheck.
We have a tendency to not get paid at D&D.
Let's say,
And it wasn't even my fault.
Dimmy messaged me and he was like, it's so funny that one of the parts of him being part of the eyes is he would actually receive like a pay from the eyes every so often, and then before he could receive even his first pay, he's basically been excommunicated.
Yeah,
So he's never received his pay, even
Never
though
received it.
I'm still living off my first paycheck, technically.
We got a big.
You've been
paycheck,
paid
though.
before that.
No, I got 1, really.
This party doesn't get paid very often.
Listen,
No.
there was court and there was the dragon.
He just
There
has
was the shroud.
a look at you and is just like, now, if your cat friend's idea is to go through, I'm gonna need an answer now as we're approaching, because we need to find a place for you to hide as inspectors come aboard.
Alright.
I didn't even tell Xavier the price.
It'll be on this tab.
I don't know if it's happening or not.
It's probably going to be happening because, frankly, this
Well-
world is just a bunch of houses.
Well, you don't seem sure, and I don't seem sure, so maybe find someone who seems sure.
Alright.
Or we're at shore.
Oh,
before we're ashore.
Go get someone.
Sprint back down, you'll be fine.
So you go back down, doesn't take, it takes like literally 30, like not even 20 steps and you're back at the room.
Oi, are we going through with this, yes or no?
with what?
No, I
Captain
think.
needs an answer now.
I think we're doing the magic thing. Wait, where have you been?
Magic. Alright. Fine.
You've walked in just as like she's finished changing, and she's like kind of tying her hair back a little bit into like a small ponytail.
Alright.
And
Sorry. Alright.
Slightly pointed ears on full display.
So
oh
we're just
fuck, I
acknowledging
can't
that
do
as
that.
the,
Hang on,
like,
never
changing-
mind.
Alright, fine. Just so everybody
Just cut.
knows. It's been like, what? 10 minutes? 20 minutes? People probably already know that they're going to be coming onto the ship for customs. Probably already know they're going to be trying to find us. So, Hidewell, I'll go back up and tell him that Noble will not be using the barrels for arrangements. Last chance.
By look to Osiris.
I have something in my teeth.
The answer's no.
Okay.
Fine. Okay.
It was your idea. You can say we're going ahead of it. It doesn't have to be run through me.
I have a question.
I'm
Uh,
looking for someone to interject here, alright?
Yeah,
I'm
Osiris, you're
carrying
kind
a
of the
beam.
brains of this outfit.
Sounds like everybody down there does not want to. So, you know these people have customs use magic to detect invisible things.
Probably.
This is to the captain.
As he talks to the captain, it's just like, man, you are getting real close. They can, if we're going to stop here for a while. If we had to transport you, which we don't anymore, we would have to have them inspect our lot. We're just staying here for a layover as our turns. None of you will be able to leave the boat visibly until maybe 30 minutes pass, as only me and the quartermaster can get off board and talk to the harbour master.
Alright.
Anyone know how to swim?
Yes.
Yes, extensively.
No.
I don't think I can swim, but I probably do know how to walk underwater.
As you're looking up, you're seeing as you're up aboard, you see that the flags, the sails have like gone down, as if they're starting to lose speed as the ship is like 5 minutes out from docking up.
So the layout of the dock, I'm assuming like if one of us were to jump off ship and swim, like say Osiris or someone like that, would they be able to get to like an area of the dock that would be like sort of less weird of them just like jumping out of the water and like?
From what you guys can see from where you are, all like on the ship itself, looking out towards the docks, is about 200 to 300 foot cliff face, with a bunch of jetties and stuff built out into the water with dozens of ships on the jetties, and then these 3 large like concave, like kind of like tunnels, like caves dug into the side of the rock that seem to have some form of docks that go into the side of the cliff. There's no real land to climb up on. You'd have to literally climb up one of the sides of the docks and onto one of the wharfs. So, to say whether people would notice it, probably. Whether people would be weird about it, you'd have no idea.
I mean, it sounds like the kind of place that teens would jump off docks in the middle of summer.
In
I
their
don't think that
clothes.
counts as Osiris.
Yeah,
What? Oh, looks like that's the way that.
not even in the 100 teens anymore.
You just-
How far are we from shore?
You hear, men, to oars! And they're all like, aye! And they all start going to oars to start slowing down the boat.
Literally rowing in.
So
Roughly how much?
5 minutes.
Less.
5 minutes.
we need to
and
be.
in
Hidden.
like feet. Like I need that much.
I don't know the exact amount of feet, Dimitri.
Okay.
How fast?
Probably
how far can
less
people
than
row in-
100.
How far can people row a sail ship in 5 minutes? Probably a couple hundred, because you're still moving at speed with sails.
yeah.
You were saying, Selena?
So we can be on the ship technically. We're like just the people that seem kind of normal. Like if we played an act of being like, oh yeah, we took passage from here, from Ghislaine.
Yeah, so what the captain basically just informed Savio is that you guys can be on the ship. The ship is going to be inspected by customs, and no one on the crew and anything is allowed to get off the ship. Technically, you're not allowed to get off the ship either, but he's basically said that after about half an hour when the customs people leave, you can leave the ship. You'll just have to do it in a way that doesn't draw attention.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly fine for us to be here. The customs will go through and make sure there's no like narcotics or anything like that.
Well,
Yeah,
the customs out of everyone would probably be up to date on bounties.
Yeah.
That's why we invisible the people that stand out the most, and I've changed my outfit, and my hair
Yes.
would be different from the bounty that was posted.
If it's your average ship, they move about 704 feet a minute.
I'm trying to remember exactly when the bounty would have been done.
So yeah, quite a distance from the dock still when they shift to oars, which makes sense. They have to slow the damn thing down.
Christine,
Like 60, very
Yes?
slow.
do you have any more disguised selves? Selves?
No.
Selves? No?
Elves.
Does anyone have any disguise self kits at all?
No, yeah, I'm out of
Did we
entire
restock?
charges. No, because we ran straight from after using it to get in
I'm
to
gonna go with
here.
no. I have one, but I don't know if it's got any charges in it or not.
I
Got
But
the
it was
horns
zero
to
charges.
make me look like a thief.
Yeah,
But
no, I
I
don't
think
think we
that's going
restocked.
to work.
Besides the new clothes that I got, that's about all I have.
You guys have new clothes?
Uh-huh. She's just like standing there with the new clothes on.
In Tide's favor, remember? To prepare for Ghislaine.
I actually bought these ages ago.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
wow.
like
Chance to wear
your
them.
like princess-ish robes. You look like a nobleman.
Aqua does not understand your need for more than one set of clothes.
It's not princessy robes because I bought them while I was in Duskview.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're more like, it's just like, I guess, like noble ladies'
Yeah.
clothes.
I was planning on asking like how possible would it be for like students to be around this area, but then I remembered by the time the WOD things came out, I think I was still in my student uniform. So it's probably not the best to wear that.
Oh shit, I did my math wrong. One sec.
It's also
Cool.
been
Sorry.
it's also been approximately 6 weeks since your bounties came aboard.
Yeah. I'd still probably just stick with the clothes that I have, and I'd probably just like maybe just not have my hair braided. Like if anything, it'd either be like just left down behind her, or maybe even tied up if she bothers to, but probably not.
No, wow, what I was thinking
Okay.
about tying my hair back.
More accurate update, 50.6 feet a second.
I'm not doing the math.
Do you want the number before that?
No, it's
No,
okay.
It's a distance away. Why did you need the exact distance, Dimitri?
Because my plan was jump off the back of the boat and walk.
Okay, can you move 3,000 feet in a minute?
But
Can you move 3,000 feet in a minute?
Considering you'd only be able to move 30 feet a turn, and that's with dashing, probably not.
What's your
I-
phone modifier?
I have a Cloak of the Manta Ray, which makes me be able to swim for 60 feet
And breathe underwater.
and breathe
Right.
underwater.
So as everyone's hearing all these commands about getting the boat ready to dock, what is everyone's final plans
I'm just going back down to where we were.
before it happens?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the room that we were set up in. I'm gonna, dress in the to look like a sort of a noble lady, and
I
just
become corner.
sit there calmly, patiently.
I believe Zava still has like the makeshift cloak that I had. But that's
Mhm.
really about all I can do. I think I don't have anything else to help.
I might just if I could roll like a history to see if I could get like a noble, just a basic noble house name that have like maybe
Sway
a
in
large
this town.
family. No, in Ghislaine to fall under like a.
Roll a history check.
they know we're here.
You can make one up and it be canon.
They know we're coming.
You don't know that.
Yes, you told us.
I said she knows we're coming. I didn't say they knew we were coming.
Anyway. So, Selena's getting an identity set out. Everyone else has gone downstairs. Anyone else? Any last minute things that me and Darren need
Dip
to
my
know?
hand in the bag of holding to take 3d10 damage and get a 3rd level spell slot back.
Alright. Let me
And
roll.
roll for losing the liquid out of the bag.
Yeah, what'd you say? That's a d100 to lose the liquid?
Yep, you take 16 force damage.
60. Cool.
I've got nothing else planned because like the only other thing in my mind is like charm my way out of it, and I got that in spades.
You want it in the table or not? Sorry, in the tower or
Yeah,
not?
throw it in the
Yeah,
tower.
Okay, d100.
Because until you pour it out, you don't even know how much liquid's left in there.
Yes, correct. And Elu just poofs into the pocket dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just use my code to blend into the corner with that stealth check.
Alright.
I
I'm gonna
will
bring.
just-
You go.
I was just gonna say, I'll wait until I hear it sounds like someone's going to be coming. Because you said there was like stairs that led down, and then they had to open a door to get through a cargo area before they opened the door to check that room, correct?
Yeah.
So it is the stairs that come down to where you guys are. It's like a hook stair. You come straight down and immediately do a U-turn to the hallway. The door where you guys are is like the right. You turn right. There's like a cargo door where they'd keep like food and stuff for the trip. At the end of that hallway is another large door which leads to the main cargo hold, and that's also the one where like you can remove a large grated section of the actual deck and pull box and stuff out via a crane.
I'm gonna pull Christine into this idea I have. So she's gonna like look to you and be like, I have an idea. Just roll with it.
But what
Nothing
exactly
big. I know of a family in Gislane that's not well known but rich enough that they have ties.
That's great, but she like holds her hand out to her mother. What? That's
Invisibility?
Yeah, Elu goes over to her, and Elu casts invisibility on your mom.
Yep. You all
And
hear.
then the bottom dimension.
And then Putin, obviously, yes.
You all hear as some nearby chains start falling down.
There's a very solid thunk as the boat clearly hits into the side of the dock as it's coming to its final rest. You hear the captain yell out, "Mooring up!" And people run. You hear the sounds of rope and chain as it like hitting wood. I'm gonna
And
assume
what do
Terra.
I know about customs?
Probably.
I'm
you go
gonna
first.
assume Terra. You're just gonna change form because you have the easiest job role here. Yeah.
You can turn into a mouse.
I could.
You could just turn into a deckhand, it'd be fine.
James form both humanoid and visual.
She turns into Christine's mom.
Yeah.
Yes, the perfect strategy.
I'd never see it coming.
How much you know
How much
about
do we know
Kessler?
about customs?
No.
Roll.
I'd say
well,
none, because he's a
I'd say
pa-
roll a history because he would have studied some parts of it.
he's a paladin. His job isn't to cost.
I'm an eye!
That's not a. You're not a cop. You're an investigator. You don't prevent crime. That's not your job. You only go into battle when there is crime. I'd say you don't know much about customs other than that they're done.
Someone
Yeah, I
loves
can't remember
like
the
I
age.
did.
You would know customs are a thing, and that there are like things that are barred, and people come and check that stuff. But you're more like, you know more about like searching for illegal goods when you know that there's a smuggler around, and you know more about like chasing down smugglers than how to get through a customs checkpoint.
Okay. But how about this? I would know where to look for smuggled goods because I've been trained in order to assist with searching for smuggled goods. And these guys are clearly known smugglers going into a port where presumably the head of the town knows who these people are affiliated with.
My question is, what do you want to do with this information?
I want to avoid being detected. Like
How?
I won't check.
How? How are you going to avoid being detected? What are you doing?
Yep. Okay, but Dimitri, I'm gonna say this is like back in years. By knowing cop stuff, the most you can probably do with your information is where they will check, but that doesn't help you because the areas they will check, they're going to check, and if there are areas that they won't check, you don't know where they are. It's a frustrating fact if you think like, oh, if we had like maybe a hidey hole here, and then you could think, they check that because that's where I would check, and I was trained to check this kind of stuff.
Well, is anybody turning me invisible?
Yes, if you want to be turned invisible, I can turn
Okay.
you invisible.
That's probably what's gonna happen.
Does anyone else need invisibility before I use it?
No, Arthur's curled up in his coat, pretending to read a book in the corner.
Definitely do.
I will use said invisibility and the inspiration to roll the stealth check then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cast it second level. I'm just gonna try and like
Take
be
the salts.
charismatic.
Alright, go ahead.
What did Terra actually do? I want to know.
She pretty much just made herself like look like a basic kind of deckhand like the rest of them.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, you turn into one of the very scaly folk above board. As you all you hear as large planks are being slid across the top deck and slam into the dock next to it.
It's an important question though for Terra: is lizard, kobold, dragon, or snake?
Snake.
Good choice.
Okay.
I would've gone dragon.
And he's just like, alright, you know the drill. Me and the bosun are leaving. First mate's in charge. And all the crew just go, hi. And you just hear the footsteps of the captain leaving.
Was anyone going to do anything in this period of unknown? You're also
No.
wait.
Can I pick up
Wait.
anything from this board?
Be silent and stand in the dark corner.
I
Is it
will
wit?
say out loud so the invisible people can hear. Maybe it's best while the invisibility is still up to just go, and then first elevator that's going up, take that, because you're either gonna waste the most of the time here waiting, or you're gonna miss the elevator. You should
Very good
probably
idea.
just go.
Who'd you actually make invisible? Is it just Xavier?
Xavier and
Safa.
Christine's mom.
Yeah.
Would I need to make some kind of like sleight of hand check or self in a way to make it seem like I'm not holding on to anything while I'm trying to hold on to my mother? I just realized that because I'd want to try to keep her close to me.
You could have her hold parts of your clothing.
Probably do that then. I was just wondering if I need to make some kind of check or something.
That's gonna be kind of tricky if they're leaving.
Yep.
Also, getting her to leave.
Getting her to leave on her own is impossible. So
Yeah, so she's probably gonna have to stay.
which is
So,
why I thought,
And how long's invisibility go for again?
An
An hour?
hour.
Okay.
So
Okay.
what are you doing,
Then we've
Xavier?
got half an hour here.
I will then probably do what Osiris says and try and leave the ship.
yeah, you walk upstairs, cross the gangplank onto the dock below, and you're on the dock. You see that the harbour master is talking to the two of them at a little shack down at the end of the pier.
Okay. I guess Xavier's adventure of venturing into an unknown town. That's gonna be fun.
I was going to say that I'd give you guys a quick directional sort of this is the way you want to go, but just wait at this spot, wait outside sort of thing.
Cool. Yeah, I can say that you can give them. You can easily have given them a rundown of where to go and etc.
Just more this is the direction of this place. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll do
Alright.
we'll do a big description of the town when everyone's leaving, but you walk along the dock, Xavier.
What are you gonna do? Everyone else is currently waiting, so you're the one in action, Xavier. Where are you going?
You know what? I'ma have a peruse around the town.
Which part?
Live it up for an hour, and then probably go.
Which part of town? The docks that you're on, or the town above?
Probably the town above.
Okay.
Okay. How are you getting up there? Are you gonna try and climb the stairs, or are you gonna are you gonna try and take one of the elevators?
How many people appear to be on the stairs?
There's not just one of these staircases. There's 10 or so of them across the entire face of the thing. Combination of literally stone cut stairs directly into the cliff, and wooden stairs and gangways built out of the cliff where possible to do U-turns and then loop back around to avoid too much overlapping. There is pretty consistent traffic on the staircases, but it's not completely packed. It's just that there are
Yeah.
people on them.
It's the middle of the day. People are either going to an inn or something, or they're coming back from a lunch break.
And the elevators are just mainly for cargo.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
there's a few of them scattered around, and you've seen them. They appear to be loading up with stacks of boxes and stuff, boxes and crates and barrels. and sometimes an entire cart.
Okay. I'm gonna go and try an elevator then.
Yeah.
All right. You
Is-
walk down towards one of them, probably the nearest one, I assume.
As you,
Second nearest. Give it a little time.
as you approach, you see what's going on. You see that it's like a giant Minecraft piston, where there's this large platform and a cylindrical pipe in the middle that's pushing everything up. Next to it, you see this huge, like, mechanical component thing that's got a large tank of this, like, white, flowing essence, like a file, just sort of connected to it, like a hamster's, like, water thing.
Would I recognize that to be an air file?
Yeah, I could
Yeah.
say if you know it's an air file. In comparison of size, the average file is about like probably the length of your pinky finger. This thing is almost the size of like a bathtub.
But vertically, you see.
Yeah.
As you step on, you're trying to like thing. You see, there's a couple of work people there. Like there's one person operating the entire thing, and there's a couple people moving the pots on board. As you got some couriers who are delivering stuff from boats, like describing where they need to go. And you step aboard. You see that you're not alone. There's a couple other people there who are making sure that cargo is delivered exactly where they need to go.
I'm going to try and shift my way in between the cargo so that I'm obviously not making a space where you could have had cargo.
All right. Make a stealth check because you are sneaking. Obviously you have advantage because you're invisible, but you have disadvantage because of your armor, so it's a flat stealth check.
Unless you took it off.
Oh, that's alright.
You're able to weave your way between everything. You wait for moments when like there's a lot of noise going on for you to start move yourself, and you're able to like clamber over a box and find a place to wedge yourself like behind one stack and in front of another stack where they were clearly meant to be pushed flush against each other, but they weren't packed properly, and there's just enough room for you to fit in there that no one's gonna notice that this empty space is sitting there.
Would I have a clear view of the controls?
No. The controls are next to that giant tank thing.
Ah, okay. So I would not be able to see how this thing is operated. And to operate
No.
if necessary. Okay.
As you do so, you just hear, "Alright, hold on," and you just hear large mechanical sounds as you're up the side of this mountain face.
It's not stupid fast, but it's surprising how quickly it does push everything up. But yeah, in 15-20 minutes, you come to a rest. It comes to and a very sudden stop at the top of the cliff. While this journey is happening, everyone else back on the ship. It has been about 20 minutes of waiting. You hear footsteps, and then a lot of people come on. You can immediately hear the voice like, "All right, give a quick check. No one's gotten off." And it's like, "Nope, no one's gotten off. You're all staying here." It's, "Yep, no one's leaving. We're just laying over." It's like, "All right, good." There's some mumbling, and then people start leaving.
Oh,
It doesn't seem like anyone's coming onto the ship.
Then maybe like 5 minutes later, the tiefling, the one Osiris is like, "Alright, should be good to go."
What tiefling?
The one that you beat up in the
Session 0.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So he comes in, he lets you guys know that time's over and it's good to go if you want to.
We
way
go,
this is
shrug.
in there. I
Howdy.
mean, the way this is parked in there, is it like a U or is it more like a big U where you could probably have multiple ships?
Each of these sections, you would know when coming in that like there are dozens of vessels in here. It's not a U. Yeah, it actually is kind of like a U because these
More like
spaces
a
apart
dock
have to
on
be pretty
either
wide.
side is what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like there's a dock, like from where you are, there's a dock further on to to your right where there's more ships parked, more ships docked, and whether like some of them are loading, some are unloading, some of them seem to be just empty for now. And then you can see like to your left, past your dock, is an entire other row of ships on the opposite side, and then even more past that on the another one of these. There's like probably about a dozen of these arms coming out, each with ships on every single one of these arms.
Just help setting the scene for if we're going straight up. That's all.
Yeah.
As you.
And then there's these three down like on one end. Very, very far in the distance, you see this one massive cave in the side of the cliff, and nearer to where you guys are on the other end of the docks is two more of these massive caves, built directly into the cliff face.
All this preparation and setup.
Rather need it than have it, not need it than need it, not have it.
As we're still going to be using it anyway, we should go
So,
now. while we
Alright,
still
let's
have the
get
chance.
off.
Okay.
Are we
As
just walking off, jumping
Yep.
over the edge.
Yep, I'm just walking off,
Same.
like a little bit out of breath.
as you all walk off the boat, you see the town of Tempest Bay. It's a large, as Danny said, it's like a U-shaped docks, but the back, like where the bend happens, is very straight. And there seems to be a myriad of different buildings, different sailors' shops, some small taverns and pubs, but there seems to be two like large major buildings that are like sort of halfway like built next to the mountain and halfway built inside. And the one that you can see from far away is just labeled the fireworks. Like it's got a big old sign that's like sort of neon. You're like, what? How did they? And you can just tell like this is where the files are made. All
That's
that
also where the
stuff.
largest of the freight elevators is set up.
Yeah. And then there's this another large building, but you're a bit too far away to read what's on there.
So we're taking the stairs.
No one is questioning what we are doing.
At the moment, you guys step off the dock, off the ship. Everyone on the boat doesn't even like acknowledge you as you get off. Maybe the tiefling who's like with you and he lets you go, like gives you like a quick pat on the back and it's like, all right, as long as you don't make a scene, most people shouldn't question where you're going. The harbour masters have already walked off and they're not going to notice a handful of individuals walking around. Just don't draw attention to yourself or else you'll have to make something up.
Alright, we
And
do
if
that.
you do make something up, if you do draw attention, just give them some gold.
Okay. Question the DMs if you allow it.
Mhm.
Now, I'm aware the Disguise Kit has 0 charges right now, but that's normally based off using dice, correct?
Yes.
Would you be open to the idea of potentially it having a fake set of glasses in there?
Sure, you can have fake set of glasses.
Cool, because I first put on that, the one coat he has, it's probably the nicest thing he has. He's got a fake book, so he's going to put on some fake glasses to
Oh my god.
look different.
That should be good.
So what I'm hearing, Sam, Akfa is philosophy cat.
Yes, right now he is embodying
Would
philosophy.
you rather my prescriptions? It's not great.
Alpha's just our butler.
Mm-hmm.
He's our angry butler.
Alright.
I
Don't make
love
this
it.
too complicated.
I just want to make it so I don't look like my poster, you know?
I've got the best improv for this if anyone asks us who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Who is anyone, really?
Exactly.
My existence is the question that it
How
matters.
how long will it take us to get to Ariantis' main just house?
Depends
If you're
on.
walking
That's
on
step by
foot
stairs.
up the staircase, it'll take you about an hour of just climbing the stairs.
Okay, not enough time to be able to get there with
No.
Christine's mum. Alright, so
But we could cast it again if Osiris does have another slot.
Oh, I've got a slot.
That's the thing, yeah.
3d10 worth of a slot.
Oh, I forgot to take back the slot.
I
Yep,
don't
there
think
we go.
that maybe the elevators are just for cargo, you said.
So far as you can tell, there are now you're closer. You can see occasionally there's a couple individuals on them, but it's 3 or 4 or 5 workmen or people with ledgers, and then 80 to 90% of the space is taken up by cargo.
So it'd be kind of weird
Attention.
going on there. Alright, yeah, I don't know.
We just need
Perhaps
to
we
go.
could convince them that I am guarding your luggage.
We don't have luggage.
That went right over your head.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
Mhm.
Look, we just need to go now. If we keep moving and stop standing still, we actually can use the time we have.
I'm assuming that we're walking whilst doing this.
I would assume, yes.
Well, if you're debating to look between the lifts themselves and the stairs, you're kind of like half moving.
It's
Like,
like
you're not
half
really
speed.
fully-
Slowly
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
I look up. Is there a freight elevator currently going up? Or does it look like one is just reached, or does it look like one's coming back down?
So about this time, you notice one of them is just about to reach the top. There is another one that is on its way back down. There's another one that's currently being loaded, and that one's rather far down the docks.
So I'm going to make the assumption that Xavier did what he was told and got on a freight elevator. And if one of them is already at the top, one is coming down, and one is being loaded, he should already be at the top somewhere. So I will telepathically tell everyone, like individually in our small cluster, to sort of gather around. Christine, for you to pull your mother down, I'm going to start pretending to cough, and I will I'll have Elu drop the invisibility that's holding her, and then I will upcast invisibility at 3rd level to invisibilize Christine and her mum, and then they can just go.
Okay.
Okay.
Often because of the psychic damage, right?
As you do so, Xavier, you sort of just reach the top of the elevator.
Yeah, you get to the top. It's a very sudden stop, and then almost immediately there's like about 30 people up there who will start unpacking boxes and putting things onto different carts and stuff.
Sorry, I was reading something. Yeah, and as this is happening, as you start like leaving the area, you look down, you see a body. Shouldn't see a body, but you do.
I don't think Demi's here.
Yeah, he just went bear it back.
Oh, totally perfect. Nice.
Good time.
Alright, we'll stay with everyone down here. So you guys are heading towards the staircases?
And then off to the
Um,
lift.
Yeah, so
Staircase for
Christine
us.
and yep, cool.
So Christine's going for the lift, and the rest of you are going for the stairs?
Taking my mother with me.
Alright, you all start walking for a bit. It takes you, Christine, it takes you a few minutes to reach one of the lifts. They are actually closer than the stairs are, but I'm assuming, are you going for one that's on its way down, or are you going just for the nearest one, or what?
If I can logically determine what one would be the quickest one to jump on, like if I were to move further and still be on it quicker, I'd do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you choose to go for one a little further away, but you can guess that it's probably the more logical one to go to because it'll be leaving sooner.
Yep, time-wise
Okay.
I'm looking at.
So you start heading that way. It takes you a little longer than everyone else then to reach the staircase, but you get towards the lift itself. How are you getting on? You see there's a bunch of people there standing around, like people loading it up with great stuff. You see this one's almost full, like it's probably going to be leaving in the next few minutes. What are you doing?
There's like a spot where I can just kind of walk on its kind of like edge and just kind of skirt my way to kind of like the center, like in between cargo, or can I not
So
be
similar to what
between
Xavier
cargo?
did.
Yeah, in a way.
Trying to
Can't
find a
your
spot
mother
to like
fly?
wedge yourself.
You can fly, but I can't.
She can carry you, can't she?
Technically,
I
no.
don't
By
think
raw.
that I would trust a intelligence 1 person to carry me and fly.
Well, I don't know. She picked up invisibility pretty quickly.
Alright. Make a stealth check then. Are you invisible?
I
Yeah,
am
they're
invisible,
both invisible.
as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
I missed that part. Make a stealth check, obviously with advantage. AJ, if you want to roll it, I think you just did.
Nice.
Yeah, it's both you being invisible. It takes you wait a little bit, but eventually you find a spot where you can climb, like over something, and you climb over a box and drop down into a section behind. And for a brief moment, you lose, you lose touch with your mum for a moment, as you drop down and find somewhere that people aren't going to notice you, similar to Xavier did. and you're like, all right, I'm good. No one knows I'm here. I'm
God.
sure that she's around. She'll probably be here for. And then you just watch like this large box just slowly tip, and then just go doo, 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 off the top of a stack.
Oh dear.
Not near you. It was a little ways away from you. But shortly after that, you feel two hands in your clothes again. But from the direction where that box just fell.
You just hear,
Oh,
"You're supposed to secure your storage. Whoever that was, pick it up."
I'm gonna try not to move. If anyone comes like a bit too close, I will like before they reach, I'll just like slightly shimmer around. But I'm basically trying to not push anything around me if possible.
You hear
Just
some
try to
people
play
running
off.
up. Here's people running up. And then sounds of people climbing and stuff. From where you are, you can't see a whole lot, but you see like two heads as these like there's one human, there's one Earth Genasi, like climb up onto the actual box and like picking this box back up and lifting it back into where it was. And they get up there and they look around. They're just like, "What? Did you tie this down?" It's like, "Yeah, I put it down. Shouldn't have shifted. It was secured just like this." And the guy physically shakes the box and he puts it there and it stays very stable. They both look pretty confused from it as they're looking around. But you're both invisible.
Motionless as well.
Yep,
Rookie mistake. He didn't shake it and say, "That's not going anywhere."
exactly.
Wind.
They shrug, they leave.
Yeah. And a few minutes later, it's like, "Hold on!" And you also just feel the rush of the ground lift beneath you.
Have
To
the
everyone
awareness-
else, you go, Sam.
I'll say no, they have the awareness of Skyrim guards.
Yeah.
If you're invisible, anyone would have that awareness.
As the rest of you all like start making your way towards the nearest staircase, you pass along a couple of the buildings alongside here. You see the fireworks as well. You see the other large building seems to be a shipwright, where the building and maintaining of like ship stuff is there. There's a couple other small places like little shops and stuff, tattoo parlor, lots of little taverns and pubs, like they make fish and chips and stuff. As you walk along the dockside, you eventually reach one of the staircases.
They're pretty steep. Gonna be one hell of a climb.
It's okay. I don't have a negative in strength. It'd be fine.
That's why the butler's here. I help you move if needed.
No, I wasn't being sarcastic.
Just for a blanket roll of see how tired everyone gets, if everyone wants to make a athletics check, just to see how tiring it is to climb these stairs for yourself. Everyone who's climbing the stairs, make a check.
Sure.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Can I get a +1 because I actually have a walking stick?
You know what? Sure.
Do I need to carry Selena?
She is exhausted, but at the same time she is using this to play the like stupid role that she's doing at the moment. That she's pretending to be this like Chrissy nobleman from Ghislaine, who's
hard
been
you
sent
pretend.
who's been sent to Tempest Bay against her wishes, and she is just like, this is abhorrent. I shouldn't have to be doing this. I want to be home. I don't like this anymore. Why do they have to send me out here? This place is backwater.
As you're all like walking, some of you are like, "This is like Arkfur, it's not really a challenge. You're used to doing these morning drills when you're an eye. Like it's not difficult. You've got the endurance." Terra and Osiris, you're a little more. It's a little more like, huh. Okay. This is more stairs than I thought there was gonna be. And you have a look around. It's like, people really do this every day, and you see people are running up and down these stairs like they're nothing, and you're like, what?
Never skip leg day.
How?
Yeah, there's straight up like a dude carrying like a backpack with like boxes on it, who is almost sprinting up the stairs. As he's like a courier of some kind who is just running straight up as fast as he can.
Respect.
Okay, so you're all climbing the stairs.
Can I?
Yeah.
Similar to a whole situation where, like, 99 bottles of beer on the wall, like that whole type of thing. Just to make it so we're not focusing on walking, but like walking to the beat of whatever he is currently humming, singing.
Sure.
playing.
Yeah, you start up a chant to sway your thoughts away from fucking the hate walking so much. But yeah, you with Cyrus's like help, you all forget about the trip, and eventually after like an hour or so, you finish climbing the stairs.
You all get to the top of the stairs. There's this larger landing area at the top of each stair where people can like stop. There's like benches to rest for those who get tired and stuff. When you get up there, Selena, you have to catch your breath a bit. It is quite tiring.
She is exhausted.
As you're waiting for a moment, because Ukfa, obviously you were the first one up. You probably got there like a minute or two before everyone else did.
I'm pretending to read that book in one hand.
Yeah, you're reading the book, and then everyone starts getting up. And could you make me a quick perception check?
You could just read the book.
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how long have you been on that one page?
Ask Kakashi.
You give a quick glance at the rest of the gatekeepers as they get up to the top of the stairs, and you, for a split second, realize that someone's missing.
1, 2. Fuck.
You see, you don't see Terra's disguised form.
Pardon, I'll say this to, who's the first up out of them?
Osiris next,
Osiris?
yeah.
Yeah, it'd be Osiris next.
Pardon my impoliteness, master, but are we missing someone?
He visibly cringes at being called master.
Nice.
And yeah, when Akfa mentions it to you, Osiris, you look around and yeah, you don't see Terra either in her original or in her deckhand form.
Scratches his head a bit. I will use my free use of detect thoughts to see if she's around and just looks different, or is something else, or is invisible.
So you just scan the surface thoughts of everyone around you.
That's headache-inducing.
Yeah, but it's my specialty.
Surface thoughts.
I am the embodiment of I have a thing for that.
He did do that training.
So everyone around you whose surface thoughts you scan, everyone who's just come up the stairs has been thinking stuff along the lines of "fuck, that's a lot of stairs," and then everyone going down is thinking "fuck, that's a lot of stairs," but in the opposite way.
I will say I'm specifically looking for that absolute mind jargon the first time we encountered Terra, and I used the same feature, and it was just like a wall of white noise and hyperactivity. So I'm just looking for that.
Okay. Make an Arcana check.
Oh, I'm pretty alright at those.
Roll
Maybe
on
we
it.
should have called him Lord.
16.
You scan
Oh.
across the group around you to see if anyone's there. You scan across the minds of those who are like, those who have stopped to rest for a moment, and one particular individual does catch your attention as you're standing just a little too close to everyone off to the side, kind of like you haven't really noticed them that much as you've been journeying up, but you've just like, when you think back, you notice they've been like just a little behind Selena and one, then a little next to you at another moment, like just slightly too close to be traveling on their own. You just see a completely different individual than from before, and you're able to recognize the thoughts of Terra.
The anxiety fades a little bit, but I don't call her on it. She's welcome to do what she wants.
If you would wish to share what you look like now, Terra, you can. AJ, if you have the picture.
Victor.
Damn it.
I
Someone's-
actually stopped in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She pretty much currently looks like that. Minus the big hat.
Oh,
That's
She
cool.
wished she
I
had a
like
hat
it.
like that.
I'll get that into
Ooh,
to
another
game.
hat. Christine!
with a passive of 17,
it's
can I notice this
nice.
individual and who they're standing next to?
Actually, with Christine's hair down, it wouldn't be
She's
too
also a
dissimilar.
tiefling, by the way.
Yeah,
Like
it
a
wouldn't
very
be
pale white tiefling.
wouldn't be too dissimilar actually.
Is it pink? That's pink hair though, yeah?
It's like pink hair with purple tips and like also like
Yeah.
another kind of purple on the back of it.
I would have said
That's
Sarah.
Like, there are some minor similarities between Christine and this, like,
Well,
and
you've got
Terra's
her
new
original eye
appearance.
color too. Fucking
That's
hell.
cute. We will find you one of those hats. Don't worry.
Yo, is that where all the stars went?
Into the hat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, that was bad.
She took.
You laughed. It's not bad.
She took
Looking to the
Ziggy's
other
hat.
member of our party who was walking up with this. Fuck, I don't have a word.
Pickles.
Mistress, are you quite ready to continue walking?
You're talking to me, yeah?
Yep.
Oh, if I must. She just like, as she looks at you, like for a brief glance, she just gives you a sly smile and a wink, and then like, sort of just gets ready to walk.
Very good. If Master here is ready to continue as well, then we shall go on.
He cringes again.
That's my way of saying,
Yeah,
indirectly, are you good?
You good, bro?
Yeah, it keeps going.
So, you guys know roughly where you're going. You start making your way through the city streets towards in the direction of the Ariante State House, I assume.
Yes.
Yes.
In which case, we'll cut over to Xavier, who's been up here for about an hour almost.
Yep.
You're okay. What are you doing when you get to the top of the ladder? Because the lift. Because you know you only have about 30 odd minutes before that invisibility fades.
You know what? I'm gonna be as ballsy as possible. I'm gonna walk over to the state house.
Just straight there.
Yeah.
All right. What do you do when you get there? Because it takes you not even 5 minutes to walk there.
Ah. Cool. I'm just gonna. How bricked off is this state house? Is it like some sort of estate where it has a gate with a wall around it, guards posted out front?
So it is like a regular townhouse you would see in like most, in like nowadays, like old brick and mortar style townhouses where it's quite narrow. They're pretty tall. It's about 3 or 4 stories. You do see a pair of guards at the front door, which is like a slightly wider door than you expect in a house like this for they're wealthy people. There is a wall that goes around the side and back of the building that connects to the front of the building. So it's like the front wall of the house, and then off from the front wall, if it comes out a bit and then loops around, where there'd be like an enclosed garden or something behind the building. But you can do a lap of the place in like 2 minutes and notice that like it's not very big in the back either. And it's a brick wall that's about 6 or so feet high. Got little like ornaments on top that just make it's like a decorative style thing on top of it. There's like a gate on one part that's like a personal gate where people would come and go from, that's made of just like fancily decorated metal, and when you walk past and look into the rear gardens, it's like almost completely sparse. It's just a green field. There's like no flowers, there's no fancy plants. It's just a flat area.
Cool. Front door open?
You're just gonna walk up to the front door between the 2 guards and try the door?
If the door is like physically open, then yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant as the door unlocked, like you just walk up and walk in. No, the door is closed, and yeah, there's the dude on either side of the door.
I will say, just in case you missed it, I had to drop his invisibility to invisible.
Yeah,
and her mother.
I know that.
I thought
Yeah.
you.
So in reality,
When did you
he
do that?
thinks he has half an hour.
Right.
He actually has about 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You were gone, Demi. You were gone, but I said when you look down at yourself, you see yourself. You shouldn't see yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, just time shenanigans. Yeah, you don't know this, Dimitri, but you have about 5 minutes left of invisibility before it suddenly ends. So what are you doing? You think you've got a solid 30 odd, or 25, 30 odd minutes.
You know what? Ballsy do I want to be right now? That's the problem. Alright. I'm gonna open the door and walk in to see if the guards notice.
Okay. You open the door. The guards notice. They turn to the door and draw their weapons out.
I walk inside.
They
I
follow.
meant to try and do it stealthily. But
They're next to the door.
The
Oh,
door.
they're They're next to the door.
They're next to the door.
I thought that. Okay, here's what I thought. I thought they were posted out front of the gate, and the gate was open so I could walk in. And there's the steakhouse, and there's no guards at the door.
No, there's 2 guards at the very front entrance, one on either side of the door.
Ah, okay. And in that case, I won't open the door.
Okay then.
They're like saying, "What are you doing in this situation?"
Yeah. Well, she knows we're coming, so we'll just stand here until invisibility wears out. All my friends arrive. It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
So you just stand in the open and wait. Okay.
As 5 minutes pass, you look down. You can see yourself, as you can see yourself, 2 other people, the guards, can see yourself, and they draw their weapons.
As to them, a man in full heavy armor just appeared in front of them, in the middle of the city.
That's clearly a sign of war.
Enough with your magic tricks. State your business. They step
Give me a you muted.
forward.
Sorry, I forgot I was on push to talk.
Okay.
10 out of 10.
That's why I don't have it on push.
As you are probably aware, your lady has probably made you aware that there are some people coming today to meet with her. I am here on behalf of them to have a meeting. I would like to wait for my friends to arrive. If that is enough for you, before I enter.
So you're just waiting here.
Yep.
Can we see some of your persons, whoever's like ranking or insignia? Do you have something on you?
Take my helmet off.
Hobgoblin! Pulls out his weapon and starts making his way forward.
Yeah, this dude is full on like coming towards you at the moment, Dimitri. Like,
Yeah.
weapon up.
I
What are you
could
doing?
use a sparring match. I'm not gonna attack him. I'm just gonna see what he does, and then scold him for being this inept.
Necminity rolls a nat 20.
So he approaches, initially aggressively, because obviously he's like, oh, it's a fucking hobgoblin, like they're not meant to be here. Weapon up, like he dashes forward to like, as if to like, you know, make a strike at you, and you just stand there. Like, you don't draw your weapon. You're just standing there, which does give him pause, and he looks very confused for a moment, as you're just like standing chill, and the guy stops and looks back at the other guard. He's like,
The other one's like, shrugs his shoulders. He's like, I don't think Lord Amira has any hobgoblins on staff, and he was the only one that we were supposed to be wary of today. I'll go talk to the mistress then.
alright. Do you just want to wait over here? He, like, kind of gestures you to like an area to the side where you're not just standing in the middle of the road.
You know what? That'd be great.
Okay.
You won't happen to have any dice, would you?
Not when I'm on duty, sorry.
So I've got some on me, but I don't think we have enough at the ready.
Okay.
Alright. He hasn't put his weapon away, like he's still got it out, and like he keeps it between you and him. But he's really awkward, like moving off to the side, and he's like, he's waiting for you to do the thing that will let him attack you, but you just stood there. So he's really confused, which works great for you in this situation.
I don't like. I want a half roll an intimidation check, mainly because I don't want to make him be put off that I'm actually going to do anything unless he does something to me.
Yeah, but you know, roll intimidation.
Yeah, cool.
He did kind of appear out of nowhere.
With a 16, I say, You noticed he's off balance. Like mentally, he's like off balance. This dude is clearly expected you to be aggressive. You weren't. He's now expecting you to jump at any moment, and he's like determined to like catch you in the act, but he's not willing to make the first move. His eyes are firmly locked on you, and he's like waiting for you to do something, but you're just not doing it.
When he directs you somewhere, he's flicking the sword in that direction as well. Just like, yeah just go that way.
All right, so that's you sorted up. Christine.
Hey.
About half an hour before the rest of the party reach the top of the stairs, you get to the top on your lift. You're still invisible for another solid 30 odd minutes. So what are you gonna do?
I'm basically just going to try to, as best as I can, just avoid like clusters of people, just to try to move basically my 2 people's worth through a crowd in a way that won't bump into people, but to get to the place where I need to go.
Yep.
Okay. You can make a check of your choice on how you do this. You stealth, could be acrobatics, could be athletics, or like just weaving through the crowd, not trying to leave impressions of you being there because you're invisible and people won't step out of your way. You don't have to worry about your mum. She's floating.
Okay, good. Could I make that insight as I'm trying to like determine what rough direction people are taking?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I will do that then. Because it's probably one of my only good stats and the things I can think of. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Go ahead.
Slightly better.
Yeah, I'd say with a 15 it's okay. You don't like bump into anyone. You're able to like kind of glance at the people around you, and as you move through the busier parts of the streets, like you pick the path very carefully and you wait for the right moment to go, and then it's not like you're not being fast, you're being careful and you're watching to make sure that you're never in anyone's like path of choice. It takes you about 10-15 minutes. It's a bit slower than normal traveling, but you get to the State House. I'm assuming that's where you're heading?
Yes.
Yeah. When you get there, knowing you're still in invisibility for a while, you just see Xavier standing there with his helmet off, just like next to the thing, with a guard with his sword out, like pointing at Xavier. But Xavier's just chilling. I'm assuming attempting to make small talk, and even without an inside roll, like you can tell this guard looks really confused and like super off-put.
5 minutes later, you just
like in a way that they don't expect him.
Oh yeah, like this guy is like, I have no fucking clue what's happening right now, but I expect something bad. I'm just terrified that something bad is about to happen.
You just stand there, watch about like a couple of minutes after you arrive and seeing the situation, you just hear, so apparently she has a meeting that's not on her schedule, and he's okay.
Hate it when they do that.
The guy with the sword out puts his sword away slowly. He's like, apologies, Mr. Hobgoblin. We were not aware of this. Would you like to come inside and have a seat?
That would be very grand. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm sure. You come with me. You good? And the guy feels like, yeah, I'm good. He's like, alright. And the dude opens the door and like leads you. He keeps looking over his shoulder every few steps, but he leads you like inside, almost immediately into like a little sitting room that's right near the front entrance. It's not a very big room, but there's like a few seats there, and like, do you want a drink? I could ask one of the servants to bring you some, I don't know, what do you drink?
Do you want to have a fresh water, please?
Yeah, water, right. We can do water. Alright. He like backs out of the room, still watching you, and then closes the door. Christine, what are you doing, Christine, from your perspective?
Did you capitalize on the door opening, or?
Hell fucking no.
Okay.
I am not dumb enough to sneak into something like that. I am literally like just knowing that I have the invisibility, but still think there might be a chance that it might falter in some way. I'm going to kind of be a little bit off to the side where it's a little bit less out in the open, but in an eyesight spot where I can actually see the rest coming up to the spot, so that way I can kind of go up to them and let them know that I'm there.
Okay, just make a stealth check then for like This is to find a good place to stand where you won't be kind of noticed while after the invisibility fades.
Yeah. Oh god.
Well, you dropped the second one, so it's a 20. Okay, you find a place like sit. It's kind of the edge of an alleyway that's nearby. People walking past. There's a few crates stacked up. So from like one side, you're basically completely covered, and you can hide your mum in the alley, and you can keep an eye out for the rest of the party coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, your mum sort of just sits there, starts like playing with rocks and stuff that are on the ground.
Kicking around, like kicking just a rock up and down the alley.
And eventually, after 40 or so minutes, the rest of you arrive. Because I assume Osiris didn't tell anyone, the two of you the three of you start arriving. You see this tiefling woman following behind you.
I mean, with a
No
passing
terror.
of 17, I assume I noticed at some point she was probably with us, but...
Yeah.
I think he means to Christine, like,
No.
as well.
I meant... Oh, yeah, Christine. Christine also sees new terror. As, like... I assumed you've questioned at this point, or made the assumption as like, oh, okay, this is terror, but yeah, it's just... tiefling that you didn't know.
You notice the noticeably similar looks. She's trying to be just like you, Christine, can't you see?
So,
She looks up to you.
She just wants your love.
Did you say, like, the front gate of the state house is open and just the guards are there?
Well, there's
The
the
main
two.
door?
The front door is closed at this point again, and there's just two guards, one on either side. One like they look a bit like confused. They appear to have gotten back, like they're like serious, like they're standing there at attention. But every so often you notice one of them kind of like look at the door, and like look back forward.
While they're, I assume, catching up with Christine briefly, I'm gonna head up to the guards.
Yeah, as you walk in, you just hear like, yeah, so he wanted to drink water. It's like, really? I would have thought like blood or something. Is that rude of me to assume? He's like, oh, hello.
I am, well, who I am doesn't matter. I'm just simply a butler, but I'm just here to let you know that the arrival of Lord Ozzy and his lady Sarah are about to be here for that meeting. I assume our mutual acquaintance is here waiting for us as well.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Here's bullshit.
Yeah.
Would it be persuasion or just deception?
Yeah,
Deception.
Deception makes obviously a lot more sense here. Yes.
It makes no difference. It's still a flat 20. So.
While he's doing that,
Can
I'm
I
going to
hear
like
these through the door.
No.
4 minutes of
Well-
okay.
while like I see Akbar move up, I'm going to move forward to actually just let Osiris know that I'm here as well, because I'm still invisible.
I'll add on as well. I
Oh,
believe
you won't
we
be
brought
invisible anymore at this time.
Oh,
I'll
I'm not.
add
Okay,
on
no.
as, well quickly. I believe we brought their daughter along as well.
You just have a look, and he's just like, Lord Ozzy, was that the name? It's like, no, she said it was Osiris or something.
His formal name, informal name, Lord Ozzy is what I refer to him as.
Okay. Can I see some identification, regalia?
What is everyone else doing with this? You can all see this building.
Do I hear that?
Yeah. I mean, these
Yo,
are...
I am
Podcasting,
vaguely
you know
amused.
Wait, Tez? What are you doing?
I'd like to approach.
It's your approach.
I told you I can approach.
At this point, Akbar is looking through his like little pouch, trying to find it, make it look like he's looking for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Left
I
him out of the
think
coat.
With all of this aside, we have a meeting with Maria Ariante, and Osiris was the one who approached her.
Okay.
Make a persuasion check of your own, a charisma check, because this isn't untruthful.
She's just being straight up.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is what's happening.
Pick your poison, basically.
This is just to convince the vet. 16.
I'm going to add my my thingo to that.
Yeah,
Hang
do
on.
it.
Good.
It's like 2D something.
2d4.
2d4.
Cutting word.
I think I know. Hey, how rude. Where is it?
They just
I
have
already used up all of my
I
bonuses
still have
today.
inspiration to burn yet.
they just have a look at like, this thing.
God damn it.
18.
18.
Yeah, they
Yes.
look back and forth. One looks, the other is like,
She's looking straight at them, like, just, you know, honest.
do you want to go ask again, or do you want me to ask this time?
I think we should. So far, we've heard about this Osiris, and he hasn't said anything. So maybe check with her.
Okay. You be here. I'll, hopefully she won't yell too much. And he
Not
just,
speaking up.
yeah.
Neither.
The guard's like, the other guy standing there is like awkwardly stands in front of the door. So you guys is now standing directly in front of it while the other guard goes inside. And you hear like the door shuts and he runs off. Xavier, after you hear the door close, you hear this dude like quickly like power walk past.
Is it about? Let me guess, a lion?
He doesn't stop, he just keeps going.
Yeah, he's
Like,
okay.
all the while, like, waiting at the doorway, exuding that noble woman's impatience.
As
As
this,
best I can.
as you're sitting there, the other guy's just like. So is it rude to assume that a hobgoblin drinks blood? I mean, you're traveling with one. Is that a thing?
In the distance, I shrug.
Are you assuming they're a vampiric hobgoblin?
I believe I've drank more blood
I
than he
think that would
has.
be a fair assumption.
Well, I would say that is rather racist, honestly.
Fuck
Let me
them.
have it with oatmeal.
The hobgoblins.
Did I not get away with that?
Have you ever seen a hobgoblin try to eat bug? Because I haven't.
First.
I've
Like,
seen him
they're
try to eat
terrible,
bug
right?
before. Points to Aqua.
Just as it looks like, never seen a hobgoblin.
Oh,
One
Seems
just
like
magicked
lots
his
of-
way into the building.
they're very interesting people.
I'm just gonna lean over to Osiris. It's like,
Like there was this one time that there was an entire like group of them, and I just watched them from a cliffside because genuinely I feared for my life. You are right to fear them, probably right to assume as well. But I can assure you, they don't drink blood. That's my job.
Alright then. Good to know.
I was just
She
gonna
just
say,
does that. Sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say, I just want to like lean over to Osiris, like as like this conversation's happening. He's like, "Do we really need to have any sort of identification properly to make up?"
I would have assumed. You hear back in your head. No, I can't see you. Can't do that.
You can.
No, I'm
The
visible now.
invisibility.
I'm visible now.
It took
Are
an
you
hour
visible
for
now?
you guys to get here.
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. You hear in your head. Well, I assume that she would have told them what I look like, seeing as she knows that there's wanted posters of us, but I mean, shrug. I don't have like a symbol of my own, really. Work on that.
About this
Could be a
time,
Group symbol.
Xavier, you hear the power walking again and the front door opens as the other guard very quickly comes out of the front door and the dude who's with you has to like quickly step aside to stop from being hit by the door as it opens. And he's like, Miss Ariante is pleased to make your acquaintance and requests if you'd all come inside and find a seat while she attends the rest of her meeting. And she'll be with you shortly.
Do we need to wipe our paws on the way in?
Yes, please, if you'd be kind.
I don't have any paws.
Is there
Or
any-
boots or feet. There's a mat just there.
Selena bows politely and
I have
makes her
stumps.
way in.
Kara just runs straight in without like cleaning her feet or anything.
Yeah. The cards don't say anything, but one of them heads in front of you and leads you guys. He like opens the door to Xavier. So I was like, if you would come with us, Mr. Hobgoblin, we have a larger room we need to take you to.
Is there any question about the literal like devil? Or...
They don't seem to say anything.
Good. Okay.
With a passive insight, you can tell there are so many questions in these guys' minds.
They have a hobgoblin here. I think they're kind of preoccupied. There's too much going on.
Yeah,
I'm
these
glad to
guys are
see you
full
join
of
us.
questions, but they're also not paid to ask questions, so they're just
Good.
keeping them all in for now.
Okay.
If it look like there's any kind of like look of like what the fuck is like she, it's just that like dare stagger back at them, just like what are you looking at?
Also to Selena, you immediately recognize, like, these dudes are wearing full livery, like, put up armor, like they're wearing tabards that have like bright center, the middle, like right in the center, the Ariante crest, like blaring. So it's very obvious who they work for and who they serve. And so like, it's not like these are random hired guards. These are like Ariante house guard.
As long as we don't piss her off, we don't piss them off.
Yeah, it's like so long as they think you're guests, so they're just gonna shut up and do what she says.
Yep.
So they get Xavier, they get all of you. The one in the front leads you all to this slightly larger room. There's at least seats for everyone. A couple servants come and bring some a tray of like fresh fruits and like a thing of water. And they request if anyone wants any drinks, they get stuff for you. The guard leaves as soon as he possibly can. And then there's a handful of just servants. Like there's one servant in the room just standing off to the side, like not looking at anyone, just waiting in case you need anything.
And
This might be a very bad time to request a scene with Cyrus.
Go on.
Do it. Fuck it.
So, because our host isn't in here yet, I'm gonna go up next to Osiris. Master, might I talk to you for just a moment?
You don't have to say that. Like, it's
You're
fine.
probably right. I can probably drop it at this point.
Yes, please, thank you. Yes.
I spent the last day or so looking over the thing you gave me. And I
right.
just wanted to say I quite like the design. Figured I'd probably at least explain to you why I asked you about avoiding file tech.
Inside check. Does he actually like it?
Yeah. He genuinely is thrilled. He's just not showing how much he likes it very well. My aversion to the file tech is I've seen on multiple occasions when we've used it, it's temporary. Something like fireworks are a bit easier to refill is where my thought process was. This is not something I could do alone. I figured now bring it up before any danger. We can work on this together later. I could really use your help.
Okay, I could do that. I only thought file tech because that way it's more customizable. You can tailor it to be more what you need for a situation. You're not restricted to it only going bang.
Maybe we can find a middle ground combination of the two.
Yeah,
maybe
they're your things. I did not mean to step on your
We'll discuss that
claws
later.
to jump the gun. I didn't realize it was a rite of passage and all that.
Arkva will hold out his paw to your claw.
My claw? Yeah.
Yep. And then sort of lean in. I'll go back to the formality for till it's fully gone. By the way, I feel stupid asking, but your hinting with eyes daughter over there is Terra, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
God damn it.
Okay.
He's like 10 times my age. Like, honestly,
lot.
like 9 times my age, probably.
Yeah, well, don't question the made-up story. You didn't stop me.
I didn't.
Where is it? It's written here somewhere.
You're 154.
154.
I never
So,
changed.
I'll say one thing. When you guys get in here, you've been in a few sitting rooms of important people before. You remember Azerod's sitting room that was very fancy with like magical doodads in displays nearby and a wall covered in books and all that. You've been in the one for the Sovereign when you chatted with him for a bit, and again it's like pieces of art on the wall and like displays of flowers on the table and stuff like that, and all the fancy the royal shit. You've even seen one at the freaking the palace in Gizlane at one point. This is like Spartan-esque. The chairs are nice and they're comfy. There's cushions, so they're nice to sit on, but that's it. There's a single table with like no centerpiece aside from the platter of fresh fruit for you guys to eat if you want. There is like no art on any of the walls. The walls are just like wallpapered. There's nothing aside from a window that looks out over like the view of the ocean. There isn't any this is incredibly sparse for what you would consider a noble estate.
Does this feel like Zul's war tent?
No, Zul's war tent was covered in trophies.
So it feels like a smart water. You know what? I
Yeah,
like
it's
less cluttered. This is nice.
This is a very no nonsense room. And
We don't want nonsense.
There's absolutely no nonsense in this room that's happened so far.
Except for the
You got-
deja vu tiefling.
I was gonna say, and as you will, you wait for about 15-20 minutes, you will hear the door open, and Maria Oriente steps in, and before we get into that, since it's been 2 hours, I think we'll take a bit of a break real quick.
I need to stretch my legs.
I want to make another sandwich. I'm going to do that.
I don't like it here anymore.
Oh fuck, we're gone for an hour.
Bro, I bought this fucking awesome ham. It was like honey smoked leg ham off the bone, and it's fucking great in sandwiches.
It's like 10 p.m., dude. You gonna have a ham sandwich?
I'm not gonna make a sandwich. I'm stretching. I'm saying Sam.
Oh.
Sandwich is good.
Sandwich is
I thought
good.
you were gonna go have a ham sandwich.
You know, I feel like Giga Chat. I think it was the right move.
Honestly, out of all
It wasn't-
the options,
it wasn't-
was not the wrong move.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not the wrong move.
The wrong move would have been trying to sneak inside. There were
Yeah.
several options you had, and standing there and then doing nothing after being revealed, great choice.
I thought, like, if you had attacked, that would have been all kinds of bad, probably.
Yeah,
You know
when he
what?
said he wanted to spar, like that was like, oh no, what is he gonna do? And he's like, I'm just standing here, I'm just gonna like look at him and then make fun of him, like, oh, so he's just gonna get real confused real fast.
I wanted to give off the impression that when this guy goes to report to his lady, and he has to answer why there's a hobgoblin in the yard, and there's about, I don't know, 3 unconscious people already there. It's no nonsense. I'm just here. Like, I could have come in
I'm
if
back.
I wanted to.
You're
And I
back.
Yeah.
Well, you came back on a break.
Yeah. But I also left in the break.
Well then, did you really go anywhere?
Yeah, I was gone for 2 minutes.
Fair enough.
If a break falls in the forest, does it actually make a sound?
Depends on the
Yeah,
forest.
No, but they complain about health benefits.
Darian, I was like to Darian today, he's like, what do you think? Do they think they'll reach the KC today? And I said, no, I don't think so. And Darian's also like, no, I don't think so. And
Well, why would we?
we're very much confirmed that you're not going to get to KC
Yeah,
today.
We're gonna deal with their mom.
Did you
I
not?
said,
Did you not
It's gonna
understand
be
the first?
useless with their mom there.
Shut up.
No, I'm not.
I just become the glorified counterspell in that case scenario.
You have counterspell?
Yeah, I have counterspell.
Yeah.
I did.
I gotta wait 3 more levels for that.
This is like, I like when me and AJ write content because like, all right, here's what we think for one session, and then we sit back and look at it and go, that's probably, that's probably 3 sessions worth of content. Because I love this party in the way that you're not speedrun to the objective. You absolutely take the scenic route and have like your own time and fun on things. I love it.
He's great, because now we don't have to write.
Not a long time.
I'm also
you
going
were
to...
here for a long time though. You're 150, right?
I'm going to
Yeah.
quickly buy her. I'll be back in a sec.
I have been around a couple of times and maybe more.
See,
been around
so
a
that's
couple-
that's basically a lie then, saying you're here for a good time, not a long time.
I
Well,
might
you
be
have a
here
hard
for
round.
a long time, but I'm gonna make it a good one.
Are you implying that my 100 and like what? So not 90 years of marriage wasn't a good time?
Yeah, but it wasn't
around
a
the
long
gum
time.
trees with lots of plum trees. With a sheep or 2 and a kangaroo and a clothesline at the back, and veranda at the front.
You having fun there, Dimitri?
Did I get away with that?
Yeah.
But are we? That's the question.
I got away with
I
it.
mean, yeah. Listen, if I felt like if I decided to either draw my weapon or anything, then they'd have an excuse. I just decided not to give them one.
Yeah, and like out of gate, it was the right choice. They were actively looking for an excuse. You are probably the only hobgoblin walking around Gizlane, so there's stereotypes that people are not big fans of hobgoblins for reasons.
My first thing I thought of when you said, "Oh, what would you like to drink?" I would have gone, "Oh, negative, please."
Yeah.
God, that would have been absolutely
That was the
horrendous.
first. That was the first thing in my mind. I was just like, "No, negative."
if you just said that, it would have been like confirming exactly what they were thinking, but like in the worst possible way.
I don't know why. It was the first thing. I thought it was hilarious.
I would have, but I don't want to spread the negative perpetuity about my race. There's just one figurehead that's being all this bad shit. Like, I might have done some shit, like, 7 years ago, but that's not me now. Sure,
So if
I
you-
might have killed a guy in cold blood.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you killed a guy 7 years ago, should you still be held accountable for killing a guy?
No, because the
Yes.
statute of limitation does not exceed that period of time.
That doesn't exist.
You don't know that.
Does it
I've
exist?
committed war crimes, I'm pretty sure, if I ever... I'm pretty sure
You
if
can't
I-
commit a war crime if there's no Geneva Convention.
Then why is there a statute of limitations?
Because that's for each individual place. That's for them to pin it on you. War crimes is a whole different... War crimes is not dealt with federal. It's like worldly.
International.
Yeah, that one.
I don't know anyone in this party that would have committed war crimes.
Oh.
I think I know who would've-
Who?
I'm not gonna have it. I don't know what I think.
Hey, what are you looking at? What are you looking at?
I'm not looking at you.
Who are you looking at then?
Kay, you would go to commit a war crime and then be stuck not sure whether or not that you're committing the correct war crime.
And are we talking the murder cat or the murder red?
Well, I need to know which crime is better. I can't go to hell with a low score.
Or both.
Bit of both.
That's assuming you're going
Let's
to hell.
take it from the expert who has access.
I just want a high score no matter where I go.
Don't do war crimes.
It doesn't matter where I end up as long as I end up there with a high score.
I don't actually think it's a war crime to commit arson against a church.
Okay, arson's not a war crime.
I literally
That's
attacked the guy that was
Civilian
restrained.
infrastructure is probably is a war crime.
Yeah.
that's
Arson is
terrorism.
an accident as long as you don't get caught.
Yeah.
He was caught.
Meanwhile, slaving and
Depends how you
cooking
define
and
court.
raising, you know.
Well, he was
that's-
this really cool guy.
I think it was like level 7.
No, it was level 10, I think.
I've
Is
got a
it?
question about Elu,
Yeah.
because I don't know. Is like invisibility a prepared spell for them, or is it just one they always know? Like, do they have prepared spells? Does it work that way? Does it not work that way?
I think it's like a once a day thing, isn't it?
Oh, let me
It
double
is once a
check
day, but I'm wondering if it's anything different than that or not.
If it's once a day, I think it's innate.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. I'll double check the stat sheet because, like, the grown-up version has both innate magic and prepared magic.
Okay.
I believe that should just be innate then.
Because yeah, they equivalently have several levels in a wizard.
Okay, I was just
So
curious.
it's sort of like mind flayers, the ones that are wizards anyway.
The illithid.
Yeah, kind of like
There's a proper word for them because they have innate psionics and then they have.
It's
Natural
illithid, isn't it?
magic.
They're illithids.
We
There's
flipped
a,
through
saying
that.
there's a type of illithid that's specifically like it's got both psionic and arcane magic.
Do you mean
So it has like
Elflich?
innate spells and prepared spells.
I know one of those
Yes.
spells is Feeble Mind.
Or do you mean Alhoons?
The Alhoons.
Because I
Yeah,
can tell you
it's-
now, Alhoons are fucked up when it comes to law.
Yeah.
The fact they're alive is a miracle.
I know one of the Illithids has a prepared spell, Feeble Mind. Found that out.
Yeah,
Why do the
that's
cantrips gotta
Alhoon.
be at the bottom? I'm always gonna forget that Elu has cantrips.
Well, just remember.
No, I can't do
They're
that.
not. I'm pretty sure they're not super useful cantrips.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
like-
Mage Hand and Message?
They're
You
great.
wanna
I have.
check yourself at the door, Darian?
You
Dude,
know
Message
what?
is a great one.
You
It's
know
in
what?
alphabetical.
I'll take that one. For a
TPL.
creature who has what's its strength score?
Negative 3.
Yeah, so I think Mage Hand can probably lift more than it could lift.
Yep.
I'm just enjoying how this entire encounter's gone so far.
Yeah. Hell in a handbasket without the handbasket.
I got to embrace my inner.
What layer?
What's psychology? No, phys.
The one true layer.
I forgot the word.
When I heard you were putting glasses on, I assumed that you were putting on a beagle puss. You were just walking around town with that.
Philosophy. That's the word.
Philosophy guy, yeah.
I finally have an actual image. Well, not literally, but there's more of an image to actually go with the philosophy cat look now.
I'm back but
Fake
muted.
glasses and a coat.
What is the book
Crack
that's in
down,
your
little
hand?
kitty.
Honestly, the book is probably upside down, and
Yep.
I don't actually know what the book is. I mean, for all I know, it could be that fuck, what was that one joke you made that one time? Not the Lost Argonian made, the reference the reference to that.
Oh, the
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For all I know, I could be having that upside down in my hands.
it's slightly gnawed on the corner. I
That's
just
a
get
good
the
read.
idea there's like little like cat teeth holes.
That's a good read though.
Honestly, don't even know where I got the book. Probably stole it.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
believe you
But
stole it.
it's very, inefficient not to read it. It's a good read.
Only cast minor image, or whatever it's called, to create a book, and you cannot read the book, and the book is always upside down.
I like it.
Remember to
But
take
yeah,
yourself
I'm,
off when you're back.
You.
Taking some inspiration from Kakashi for Philosophy Cat here.
That's fair. Listen,
just-
I like
I like the
Philosophy
image.
Cat. Philosophy Cat and like Akfu is one of my favorite characters for the pure dichotomy that is like murderous religious zealot who likes to punch things, and then Philosophy Cat, and there is no in between. You're either one
Also-
or the other, and I love it.
Also likes pets.
Yeah.
Has a soft, fluffy side deep down.
All right. Looks like everyone is back except AJ, ironically.
Although he's
The
not
fuck-
very good at making up bullshit stories, apparently.
I said I was here. I was just
I know, it
muted.
was funny.
I was eating a
Yeah,
sandwich.
I liked it.
I was eating a sandwich.
Well, you
now
should've been
the
here.
headcanon
I was here!
It's Osiris and Selena together with a daughter in the form of Terra.
Alright.
With Terra's auntie now being Christine, and
Okay.
Xavier is Xavier's that bodyguard you hired.
Everyone ready?
Okay, yeah.
Bodyguard
It's like
implies I'm getting
21.
paid.
Back in those days, you would have had 3 kids by now. At
Yeah,
21.
but not Tara's age. Tara's like late teens, isn't she?
I don't think Terra, did you state how old you looked?
No, I never stated how old I look.
How old
Okay,
do you look?
I've just
I'll
assumed
point
you
out.
look like a child.
Tara can look however old she feels like.
Yeah.
She looks like very early 20s.
Okay.
So I would have to be like no,
You look older
I
than
couldn't,
me!
because I would be like not born. She might even be older than me.
Yeah, she's older than me.
Maybe I'm adopted.
Listen, Caudle and the human had a tiefling child. There is
It was
definitely a story
clearly
there.
adoption.
Alright, let's get back into it.
But then how am I?
Yeah.
So, when we left off, Maria Ariant had just walked through the door into the sitting room, without even breaking stride. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not sorry.
You're a fucking idiot.
Oh my god! I barely heard that at the end. Oh.
So she opens the door and steps into the room. There you go. She looks like without breaking stride. She takes a bit slower steps across the room, giving you all one like glance, like a panorama shot across each of you, and then to the single chair. It's like clearly the more important chair in the room, and then just like takes a very slow seat down and looks over and it's like, "So, I can admit, your earlier messages intrigued me quite a bit. The audacity to reach out to one such as myself with bait.
Head turned to Osiris.
And I would think that leaving the idea of getting you to somehow make it up through the docks, up the cliffs, and to my estate, just to see how you handle the situation, would give me an idea on who I was dealing with, more than a pleasant conversation. And then your friend confuses the hell out of my door guards, playing on racial profiling to just work wonders on putting them off balance, while the rest of you just calmly walk on in. And I gotta say, I am not disappointed by what I expected. This is clearly not what I was after, or what I was interested in seeing, but it is intriguing. And so you've definitely earned this meeting. Don't waste it. And she sits back in the chair.
I turn to Osiris to see if he wants to start.
firstly like to say thank you in giving us this opportunity to speak.
That's fair. I did not have to give the opportunity, but as I said, you definitely earned it.
And that's why it is appreciated. Nothing goes unappreciated, at least in this group. And I look back at everyone, all my friends.
Okay. Not me.
Except you, shut up.
Wow.
I feel like, as the butler, I will try to pick up Tara.
Oh, it's like she's just sliding out of the room in socks, and then just while Ariante's looking at Osiris, just the side camera, you just see Arkfa just like one arm go out and just scoop Tara up as she goes past.
Question, has she generated enough static electricity where he is now just a floof ball?
Yes.
Well, it's tile, so.
Oh, true.
Damn.
With socks, maybe.
Yeah, so we have been in Ghislaine. We have members of our party that are originally from Ghislaine. And
Oh, I'm aware.
is not exactly as it was left, but we have met with... I'll let Selena take it from here, and I will sit back and I will sort of snap my fingers and have Elu pop out around and just circle around me, because Elu can tell me if somebody is lying, and I will let Selena take over.
I'm gonna roll an insight just to see, like, if I can see from the way she's looked at me at all, if she recognizes who I am.
Yep, roll insight.
Could I make an insight myself just to see like what kind of like position she's kind of having like against us? Like, is she seeing us as like intriguing, or is she like particularly like individuals that she's like noticing, or?
Yeah, roll as well, like to see like
Yeah.
who she's kind of paying more attention
Yeah,
to, and who she's
exactly.
noticing. Yep.
And what's the kind of like facial like sort of like what can I tell from facial features of what they think maybe about them?
So she can tell she has a very strict mask up that's meant to like stop people from being able to read her.
Yeah.
Selena, you though spent time training specifically to be able to read people. It was part of your training when you were getting ready to leave for the world, because court insisted you had to know how to tell if someone is lying to you or going to backstab you. And you look at her, and it's like when her eyes go to you, there is not a single flicker of confusion or wonder or anything on her face, and you can assume that looking at you, she knows exactly who she is talking to. And Christine, for who she finds most intriguing in your group, it's a bit of a tie between several of you. It would probably be Selena, Xavier,
Yep.
Osiris, and your mother,
Yep.
who she has noticed. All of you, like, she's not a single one of you has slipped her mind in this room, and she's sitting very calmly, but you can tell that where she is, she's very carefully observing several of you.
Okay.
I think that you know who I am. I think that you know who most of us are in this group, other than the bounties.
That would be a wise assessment.
So I guess without wasting any time, you know why I want to fix this issue in Ghislaine. My personal. But I'd like to think that we have contacts in Talnurus. We are planning on going there. We're planning on getting help, and we are planning on cleaning up this mess. And when we've finished cleaning up this mess, I'd like for you to be able to not have to worry about what the caretaker did to you. Not to have to worry about the things that he did to your reputation. We can just pretend this never happened. That's what I'd like to do for you.
By my reputation and by pretend things never happened, do you mean pretend that I led my family in taking part of the coup that overthrew your father and put your figurehead of a brother on the throne for the caretaker to rule over Ghislaine?
Yes.
And why would we overlook that?
Because everyone in Ghislaine knows how things work in Ghislaine. We all play the game. Everyone knows that every noble person plays the game. It's just normal. The game just tilted in the caretaker's favor, and you played your hand, and unfortunately it didn't work out for you. Not by your fault, I'm sure. Just things sometimes work out like that. I may not have studied much statecraft in my time, but I know enough to know that is how things go.
There's a decent pause as she's like looking at you, and you see like the tiniest crack of a smile at the edge of her mouth when you say this stuff. She's like, "They taught you well."
Well,
There's an
enough.
interesting fact when playing the game. You can win and yet still lose, and you can lose and yet still win. It's all about what happens after the game is over. At the moment, I would say that you've lost. Your father's lost, your mother has lost. There is no winning to come back from that, unfortunately, at least not on that game. The caretaker, he won, hand over fist. And I won, but I lost. That's the thing that irks me in this situation. And I sit here and I'm wondering of all, why should I help you? For I will recover from this. Even the caretaker with all his hoity-toity power and the seat right next to that throne and everything he can do, even with what he is... No. Even with what has happened, I still command more respect from the nobles of any house in Ghislaine than he does, or that you do. And I did it myself, not through machinations or works, and in the palm of my hand your country's entire economy functions on what we established. So tell me, Selena, what is it you can offer me?
I can offer you a win much quicker and much, I'd say, less effort on your part involved. You don't have to do a thing. You just do what you do best. We go sort this mess out and be done with it. You don't have to see us again. You get the caretaker out of the way without having to worry about that yourself. And I guess get the cushy royal family that probably don't pay as much attention to things back in power.
I have a feeling, given what's happened, that might change once they come back in power. And for all the assurances that you give me, you are not a princess anymore.
I know
But
that.
you have the bargaining weight of your name, even if you gave it up.
Not that I'd like to use it, but that is the goal. We head to Tel Nerus, we sort this out, we bring back power, we dethrone the caretaker, so to speak. He's not really on the throne. Get rid of him. Everything goes back to normal, hopefully. You don't have to lift a finger. That is what we suggest.
She gets up from her chair and just walks over to like a side table and just pours herself a glass of water. And takes just a drink, and then just turns from the table and goes, I don't have to do a thing either way. I've already done what I need to do for my family. Your deal you're offering me is to continue doing what I'm doing for no gain and no upside or downside. And interestingly, that sounds boring.
Well, what would you like then, Maria?
What I would like? Let's see. I would like to continue doing what my family does best, without having a bastard on the throne breathing down my neck one way or the other. You may say this is different from what you just said, but it is not. The caretaker himself is not doing anything against us. It is not him who we have our problems with, at least on the surface. And we will deal with those ourselves. What I want from this situation is what anyone wants for their family. Assurances. Assurances that will last more than a paltry deal for a petty king or a dethroned princess.
Can Can I put in a request to insight on a specific thing?
Yeah, go for it.
As someone who comes from a pack, we care about our family quite a bit. Am I able to pick up on any inflections that she might be worried about a member of her family currently?
Roll insight.
Yeah, go ahead.
God damn it.
I, as well as like having this conversation with her, I don't really know. I think I know enough about the Orienta family to know that she has like family in Kislane. I might roll an insight as well.
Yeah, go for it.
That was my question. How much would I know about the Orion?
I
If
don't
they have
Regardless.
any sort of family members?
Other than just what we explained with Maria before, that she's the most well-known and she owns the Stormcaller Bay, there's not really much public about the Arianete family in general, other than they're an old noble house.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask in case there's any
Now let's see
information
what I
there.
rolled
I roll an
there.
insight on that as well, considering Tara does hold great value in family.
Yeah, go ahead.
What were you saying, Sam?
Also, regardless of what I rolled there, I think Akvar also wants to add in a brief line, just sort of interjecting as he does.
Yeah, go for it.
Perhaps something we could also offer you on top of what Lady Sarah is offering. Is
She
a group
knows my name, don't worry.
is a group stupid enough to actually try and do something?
That's a fair point.
I'll say quickly injecting Tara. You can tell that when she mentions family, because you yourself have a very particular attachment to family, you can really tell the deep vein of truth that runs in that line of like she considers family to be probably the most important thing in the world. Like to her is a key point of what she is saying.
Tara will just quickly get up and just kind of run over to Selena and just kind of whisper in her ear, telling her that, and then just sit on the floor next to Selena.
Old assurances that won't last, a paltry little deal we make here. So, here's what I have to suggest. You wish to deal with the caretaker to put your father, I assume, back on the throne, if whatever the caretaker has done to him can be reversed.
Just nods.
I want continued, to put it, privacy for my family. We've had it before with the way you, as I said, your father just didn't really look our way a lot. But that was because, well, he wasn't exactly in the right mind for the past 20-odd years.
I can understand that and acknowledge that.
We will help you. More specifically, I will help you. If you can do two things for me.
Name them.
The first one is to get an assurance that your family will leave my family alone. We will continue to do what we do, and I don't care what reports come to your tables, what reports come to your father or your mother, or anyone up there. They will leave the Ariantes to their own business, as that is it. It is their business.
That is more than reasonable, considering your help.
And the other thing I'm going to request for this allegiance is a show of good faith.
Name it.
She smiles openly at that when you say it, and her eyes immediately turn and very pointedly look directly at Christine's mother.
Alright.
It is not uncommon for one to leave a guest as insurance for such deals.
How do we know that she would, well, I suppose you put it good faith. But I trust she wouldn't end up back in the, place we nearly blew up.
As a guest of House Ariante, she would be completely cared for in all ways she would need. We would make sure she is well fed. We would make sure she has any time she wants. If she wishes to go for a walk, we will even provide a glamour to help cover her so she will not draw attention. We will make sure she is perfectly safe, and she will stay as a guest of the Ariante family so long as you uphold your end of the deal. The moment you break your word, or I have a feeling that you are not working in the actions that directly benefit both House Ghislaine and House Ariante, then she will end up on a wagon heading straight back to that same house you broke her out of. But as long as you act in the best interests of both of our families, she will stay here as a healthy and happy individual.
She has nothing to do with this.
Does not matter. She is what you call leverage, my dear.
Might have a moment for just to discuss this with Christine. This is not something that I or the rest of the party can decide.
I have a
Don't
question
you
I want to
even.
ask her if you need to discuss stuff.
She waves like, you can discuss. Would you like? It's like, take your time. And she just takes her glass and walks back over to her seat and just sits there.
Don't you
This-
even.
This is not ideal. But if we are following exactly to this, she will be much safer here than she will be out there. We have nowhere to take her. She's in danger everywhere we go.
If we can get her, if we can get her target, we maybe, but there's better chance there than here.
If we take her to the Concordance, she'll be shipped off in slavery.
Then I'll just take her alone. You all go to the corner, I'll go to Arky.
Christine.
What?
If we are following this path, we can keep her safe here. We just work towards her goal, sort this out so that she doesn't, and she will be perfectly fine. She'll be safer here than she will be with us.
I want to turn over to look at Maria. What is she smiling or anything like that?
Roll an insight.
Okay. Love to add ties, but I've already used it.
You can't tell. You're stressed out in the situation, and you look and you see her, and she just like her eyes lock with yours, and there is just an unbroken like look.
It's
And my
stone
look probably
face.
crumble. Yeah, like she's stone face as my look crumbles into like something of like you just asked the thing that I would kill you over.
Yep, and she knows it.
Like I said, I can't make this decision up. This is your decision. I'm just telling you. This could turn the tides on everything that we're trying to do. And it could take him down. We have to take him down for what he's done. We have nothing in here at the moment. We have no allies. We only have Tel Nerus, and that's just probably not going to be enough.
May I interject
Yes.
more towards Maria?
She's just patiently waiting for someone to reopen the conversation.
Yeah, to everyone else, she's watching a tennis match. Her eyes are darting to whoever is talking. Yeah, and
Miss Ariante,
Yes, Osiris?
what you ask is difficult for what we have gone through and the individuals in our group. I have a counter offer if you would be willing to at least think it over.
Oh, these are negotiations. You can absolutely bring a counteroffer to the table.
I approach and I pull out my bag of holding and I set it down on the table. I assume it's next to her, in front of her.
Yeah, you place it like on this like the little sitting table in the middle. I'm assuming there's something in the bag of holding.
There is a lot of something in this bag of holding. Something I originally planned on selling, or we are quite short on coin, but if it causes this discussion to be a bit more favorable, the individuals, I would be willing to part with it. It is mostly full, is probably the best I can give, of almost raw magic.
We've given liquid food.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, I would like to add
are
my
good at this.
inspiration to this.
Yep, you are good
Nice.
at this, so I assume you'll roll well, but you still have to roll.
That's perception, that's performance, there it is.
21. Magic. Pure magic, you say. Nearly pure magic in liquid form.
Yes.
You have an example of such items?
I can give an example. Although opening it currently releases gas for it.
I'm going to take out from my inventory the one potion of mana weave that I saved, and I'm just going to place it on the table.
So this is the potion of mana weave?
Yep.
You pull it, it's an empty flask.
Is it actually?
Yep.
It's evaporated.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
The only reason why the bag of holding can store it is because it's kept in a pocket plane.
Is that the
Is the file airtight enough to hold it? Because I had it in the file for a while.
Yeah.
Files are not like the files are weird. They don't actually have any openings.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's interesting.
Didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
you
won't
don't-
do
you,
that then.
you can't pour the liquid into them. They have like a different mechanism for filling and emptying.
I won't do that then.
I can produce an example, but it does expend some of it through a transmission of gas.
An example
For
I feel
the-
like is still worth it if you think that you can afford a slight loss. You said it's nearly full. I'm sure you won't lose that much.
I suppose you will see. And what I will do real quick is...
Can I reaction heal him?
Nah, I'm going in full send.
God damn it.
I take the file and I plunge my hand into the bag to fill the file, and then
Alright.
pull it back out.
What's
So
your
file will fill
lowest?
Highest.
Highest. 3?
That is a third level. Yeah, that's 3d10, baby. Maybe
Oh
it'll
my
kill
God.
me.
You take 7.
7.
7.
Okay.
So she watches as you reach
26.
into the bag. As soon as you open it, that same mist starts rising out of it. Your hand goes into the bag of holding. You immediately tense in pain as you feel that burn covering your arm as the weave water flows into you and restocks a spell slot, as it always does. And you pull your hand out and quickly seal the bag shut. You can roll the D100 into the D100 into the tower like usual.
I just walk over her and heal Osiris.
And you have a full vial of weave water.
I produce that to her. It is this. I have found that files store and hold it quite well, and as an example of the potion vial that was produced, they do not. It tends to evaporate unless it's sealed. But
This
I
is
do
quite
have
intriguing.
all of this to offer. Originally, there was maybe a couple hundred liters. It is probably degraded over time, but well, with the amount of times I've opened it, it should
She-
be quite.
She closes her eyes briefly as she holds and looks at it, and like she's clearly thinking about something, and she opens her eyes again, looks at you, and is like, "That is very interesting, I will admit. And it is one quite decent bargaining chip, I would say. If you're willing to add this to the pot, I would still require my other term, unfortunately, but I will raise you an extra offer of my own. You add this pure liquid weave, whatever it is, for me to pass on to the fireworks and see what my people can do with it and have some interesting experiments. In return, the fugitive, I'm sorry, I do not know her name, the Cambrian, will stay here with me as a guest, and after a set time, if you uphold your end of the deal, I will provide her with a safe and secure method to reach Aki Nikolai.
I turn back to look at everyone else,
I'm going to make one more insight check on that last bit to see
and I
if you
turn back.
full on that.
Is this also able to bargain fixing her condition?
Unfortunately, I can admit the Ariante family do not have a means of reversing such effects. I do not know if Aki does. He is a wizard of another level entirely. But she would have the best bet with him. And we know he is in Tel Narus. We just know we can't do anything about it. You can roll your insight if you'd like to as well.
Yeah.
And I assume I'm not being lied to at all.
Yeah, you send a little ping out to Ilu, and Ilu's like, she's telling the truth. With that, Christine, the most you can read to is like, she is pretty serious about this. Like, you add Cyrus to the pot, you give over your mother as basically a hostage.
Yeah.
Or it's a political hostage, and after a set agreed time, she will have, if you agree, if this all goes through and you if you guys all uphold your end of the deal, she will have your mother taken to Aki safely.
I think that's the best we're gonna get out of this.
You never specify at the time.
Well, that's open to discussion. My initial idea would be, if you uphold your end of the deal, and have not taken steps to depose of the caretaker in 6 months, then I will send her to Aki, so long as our deal still stands at that time. If you break our deal in any part of that 6 months, then she will go directly to Gisla.
We have no plans of breaking the deal.
Then I have no plans of sending her to Gisla.
It's your call, Christine.
She is probably just in agony over this decision. Like, because she doesn't want to. Like,
How about this as another accelerated bargaining chip for you all? The Ariante family in particular is experiencing a bit of an issue. It would not be a requirement. This would be an additional clause on our agreement. If you somehow resolve our problem in your process, I will send her in 3 months.
What would be this particular problem?
Are we of agreement or not?
Still waiting on Christine's decision.
God.
What about
You first, go on.
what about instead of her and me? You already know I'm a wanted man by the eyes. You can keep me here as long as you like. Hell, I'll even draw up the contract.
I
Yeah,
frankly do not care for what the eyes want with you, Xavier. Or Judas, whatever name you go by now.
Unfortunately, the eyes will probably not help out as much with you. They'll just take the prisoner, so to speak, and shake hands and be done.
Exactly, that does not help anyone else out.
They don't pay in coin.
Well, they do have bounty. They would literally pay in coin. But
That
I
is a
don't
good
need
point.
coin.
I don't think coin is your problem.
And the eyes do not pay in favors.
Last I checked, they do.
The eyes are an untrustworthy bunch.
I have documentation of corruption within the eyes. They appear to be assisting in the coup that is currently going on in Telnus.
Something I'm sure that you probably don't really mind all that much about.
I'm not sure how much this affects your business plans, which is there, but suffice to say, There's a lot of empty rooms with a lot of pockets that would like to be lined.
I'm sure that information will be pertinent in the right situation. But unfortunately, my red-skinned friend, this is not a bargaining chip that will sway me. At least not with just that. It appears to be your decision to make, Christine.
God. I'd say, like, probably just, like, hearing, like, these conversations, like, start and stop, like, kind of ping-pong around, and, like, a lot of the time she's, like, half paying attention, but, like, half just, like, almost a mile a second, just, like, thinking about what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do, like, after everything that just happened, to then just hear, like, in the hands of someone who helped him. Eventually she'll kind of, like, after hearing that from her, just look at her, like, kind of just, like, not a resolute kind of look, but a sort of thing that makes her seem like she's come with a decision. If she stays here, I'm staying by her. I can't leave her here alone.
I would like to get up and just go over to Christine and just kind of gently sort of whisper in her ear if she lets me.
Sure.
I know this isn't what you want to hear, but Zarianta definitely holds great pride in the family, and the way she's talking about this, she is going to uphold this. Grace there. She's
Upon
very
sort of hearing that,
heartwarming.
it's kind of that, like, little bit like a shoulder shove, like, away from my ear, and a bit louder, like, as in from a silent conversation to a loud one. It's like, if that's the case, then why is she pulling me away from my family?
It would be better to have her with us, where she would potentially be in danger.
I said I didn't take her myself.
Christine? Listen.
To you?
Yes.
Why?
She's either staying with her now, or I send her to the hells now. This is not up for negotiation as much as I would like it to be. She is a danger to all of us. Have
You
the
can
power
try to
do
send
so.
me to.
You're not going there.
I understand why you would not want to leave her again. You did only just get her back after so much time. But she, at the moment, it hurts to say this, dear, but she is useless. And with her, so are you.
We can't protect both of you, is the nicer way of putting it, Christine. This is a chance for you to still travel with us and help us while keeping her safe.
I want to motivate you to continue to work on your goal. I don't think there is any motivation greater I could put in front of you than this, Christine. Aside from potentially, I don't know, some way of bringing Court back, but even I don't have access to that.
Cringes noticeably.
I mean, alternatively, you could just offer Zul Zed on a silver platter. A lot of us have a deal on him.
If I could reach across the mountains to Zul,
You would have
I
reached
surely would try. I would not bother with the time. He is not my problem. But if it was possible for this deal, I would do it, and it is unfortunately not within my reach.
Pardon my rudeness, Miss Ariante. I believe I just seen something, and with your permission, I would like to step out. I need to go thank someone.
She looks curiously in a moment.
I will say Aqua was briefly glancing somewhere out the window.
All right. You've been an interesting voice of reason in these conversations, but if you would wish, as he looks at the servant, just nods. He will lead you anywhere you need to go.
Thank you.
They step out of the room.
I have maybe a suggestion. Like, I don't know if Christine will like it. It might make her a bit more comfortable. What if, as you take somebody important from us, we take somebody important from you? So it's kind of would be swappy.
So in other words, we both have to uphold our end of the deal.
Yeah.
There is a very long pause as she sits there for a moment, just staring directly at you, without even blinking. As she stares at you. And what would be your counteroffer involving this?
I don't know, I'm just putting things on the table here, really. I'm just trying to think of something that might make Christine more happy with the situation.
If it means
We're sending back to the original time frame then. Instead of the 6 months, just as long as the deal stands.
We could also suggest maybe sell that weave water that you got there. That was gotten because of the trials that I'm doing, places that are very well hidden. And I've been tasked to find them. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more of this on the path. We could make a deal.
I would be happy to do business with you once that is located and you've secured it. But I have a feeling that this matter is more important to me than gold. You're all getting sidetracked with the minutiae. I need an answer. Either she stays with us, and that's it, and when the deal is completed, then she can be returned to you, or she stays with us for 6 months, and we get the bag. Hell, I'll even give you a new empty bag. Or alternatively, you help us with the problem we're dealing with, and when it's finished, I will send her after only 3 months. I'll even tell you how I will send her. I'm not going to have to walk her all the way to Teln the Ruse.
teleportation circle.
Teleportation circle, yes.
What is this issue that you find yourself in need of help with that your own guard would not be able to accomplish?
I said it's an optional thing. You can choose to accept the whole terms and then just choose to ignore that part if you wish. If you agree, I will provide more details, but only if you agree this is an Ariante matter. And my guards are guarding. That's what they do.
3 months isn't as bad as what you think it might be, Christine. All it is 3 months of us not stabbing her in the back, and your mother goes to Aki.
Exactly.
All I have to do is send. Never mind.
If you're so brought up on it,
You can stop. You've said enough.
no. You're going to sit down and
I
listen.
said you can stop. Listen for once.
You listen. And I take off my wedding ring that's on my bed, and I place it on the table. If there is a table next to,
Yeah, there's a table there.
you can also have that as collateral. Do with it what you will. But you probably know why men like me and Osiris carry the 2 rings instead of 1.
If it will make you feel any better, sure. I'll take this as collateral as well.
God, sorry guys, I'm fucking straining.
It's part of the game.
I know.
We knew this was going to be a difficult decision for Christine to make.
I've just been waiting for you guys as DMs to say a couple words to her.
Like what?
As soon as
I volunteer
as soon as she
collateral?
hesitates, if she does,
Hesitating.
okay, I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw. I'm casting command. Agree.
Alright.
You go to cast command, and Maria's hand flicks forward, and she counterspells.
I was just about to say the same thing as well. I'm still going to tick off that 3rd level spell slot.
So did that just counterspell the counterspell and it went through?
No,
No.
I'm counterspelling the
The
command.
same source.
Like as you immediately try to utter the command, it's the immediate glow of the eyes from their dark sort of pupils to that lilac color, and just the energy itself just stops it from affecting her. And there's just that look of hatred to you.
Hate me all you want. Your mind is clouded. It is foggy. And it is meant to be.
Xavier, this is her decision to make. Do not take this away from her.
Yeah, I dragged Xavier out of the room.
You can try.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I do.
You can try.
Dimension door.
Oh, you're dimensioning door.
No, I don't
No,
think
I
you
don't
have
have
to
to.
fourth
That's
level.
a 5th level.
No.
A 4th level, sorry.
That also has to be a willing creature.
Thunderous step. No.
Also willing.
So,
I tidal wave just Xavier.
Is he actually being forced out, or?
Yeah, no, I'm forcing him out. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
I was just waiting for that to happen first.
yeah, if Xavier was going to let Osiris force him out, and the two of you can end up in the hallway. There's a-
Alpha's not there.
Yeah, Akva's wandered off. You don't see him. We'll get to him once this is all solved.
Even for a bit of flair, I'll say, for a bit of flair, I will also cast Cause Fear on him.
You can try.
Yeah, I will try.
Roll the save. It's wisdom, right?
It is a wisdom save. I'm just seeing if I can.
It's just a
make...
fear. Is that? Oh no, that's okay.
Where is that one? I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm going to. No, it doesn't work with that, is it? It's.
Okay, back on my previous statement of, we take someone, you take someone. What if I offer myself as collateral to also stay and look after Christine's mom with double?
Tara,
Okay.
I think
I already offered myself as collateral. She's not taking.
Yeah, but nobody likes you.
Tara, I think that the time of bargaining has ended. It is the time of decision making now. And the decision needs to be made by Christine. This is not our place. We must just wait.
I appreciate the offer, dear. And I'm not honestly sure who you are. Out of everyone here, you are the biggest unknown. I like that.
Just grins.
Keep
I
trying.
would take you up on the offer if I thought it had any extra weight to lay in the actual completion of said deal. Christine, we've been sitting here for a while now. This decision rests solely on you at this point.
That's why I thought that it doesn't make this easier.
No, it does not. But I do not have a lot of time myself. She looks up at a clock that's on the wall, ticking away. She goes, "I have another meeting in 6-7 minutes. I need to get prepared for it, and I would like a decision before that, as I will not be opening my house to you all again if we do not come to some terms."
Why? 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 Just starts kind of collapsing a little bit. Like any sort of kind of held like intimidative stance or anything just crumbles. Just on kind of kneels to the floor, defeated. Tears, and then just eventually, yeah.
As you start to like collapse, can you make a charisma saving throw?
Is she within my aura still?
No. As you start to like be overwhelmed by emotion, Selena and Tara, being the only two people left in the room, see as Maria twists and spouts out a small component of a spell as she casts a spell at Christine. Actually, just at everyone in this room in the moment. Could both Tara and Selena make charisma saving throws as well?
Did you want
I
us to?
have-
Because I wasn't able to get him out because my strength is lower than his.
Oh,
Okay, if you want to, if you both are still in the room, then yes, make charisma saving throws as well.
I
So
think
that's fair
add
that I
4 to
failed.
those saves.
Yeah, add 4 to all the saves. So that's 14, 14,
26.
26. 26 definitely passes.
Oh.
23.
19.
that's
14.
cans.
Yeah, passes. And
Is
14.
is
Okay.
this any mind-altering rewrite effects?
It's not a rewrite effect. It is a mind-altering effect.
Is it
Not the
calm
way you're
emotions?
expecting. So you can roll with advantage.
And roll with an advantage?
Is this a
I'll
is
just
this a
roll
charm
another one.
effect?
It is
Oh, it's still shit.
Because I
not
have
a charm effect. So 17. That was off pass. As everyone who failed, basically everyone except Xavier and Terra, all of you are calmed. As she casts calm emotions on everyone in the room because it's a 20-foot radius. So your sudden overwhelming level of emotions gets brought to a sudden and sharp end.
My extreme anxiety has ended, and suddenly I am calm.
So it says you can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened, doesn't matter. Basically, yeah, it just suppresses strong emotions. So you still have some emotion there, it's just all of your really strong, overwhelming emotions suppressed right the hell down.
Let's
So
be
now
honest,
is
is all
not
of your
the time.
emotions.
Now is not the time to fall apart, dear.
Imagine like she's still kind of like knees on the floor, looks up, like the tears are still there, the marks are still there, just with a more like, I guess like null look. And it's as she was like kind of continuing from what she was going to say, but in a probably a little more milder than broken tone. Alright. I can't see anything else, so.
She puts her hand out to shake it.
And probably, yeah, just gets up at a normal pace with that sort of look of indifferent. Shakes the hand.
May we have this in documentation?
Absolutely. The deal is agreed. I will have it written up right now. And she like claps her hands and immediately 2 servants come in. She gives them like asks for a scribe. One of them runs off immediately and asks for paper and ink, the other one runs off and gets it. They will prepare the contract right away. We'll have this in writing, so we bind it for all of us here. Not just myself, but like every one of you to sign it. That way we're all in complete agreement.
And that other clause that you were mentioning, or is that something after we've signed?
That
Oh,
would
we've
be
already agreed. So I'll tell you right now. The Oriantes in particular are being targeted by something. Well, someone. We can guess who it is, but unfortunately we have no proof against it. And if you would like to help us with this situation, then yes, I will accelerate the time to assist your mother in arriving at Arky's location. Do you know much about Stormcallers?
Do I know much about Stormcallers? Can I
Aside
roll
from-
any history at all?
Yeah, you can roll a history check, but it's going to be
Would I
very
know much
difficult.
about Stormcallers?
Hell no.
No.
What about
I don't know
yours
anything
truly?
about Stormcallers.
Yeah, Cyrus, anyone who spent time in Gizlane can roll for this. It's a history check. To know things in detail, though, it's very difficult.
Yeah, eight like
Explain our shit.
with
I'm gonna, even
Yeah.
No, go on. What are you
I
gonna
was
say?
gonna say I'm gonna roll it, but this probably won't be information I'll remember right away.
Like, anything above a 10, you basically just learnt what I put in the message of the day today, being that the Stormcallers are a fleet that go and get fire lessons.
From the Endless Tempest out in the middle of, out far west in the past the Cartesian Concordant.
Yeah.
So you guys don't know a whole lot about them aside from the basic stuff that everyone knows, maybe a few extra details. So, Stormcallers spend quite a lot of time at sea, and given their cargo and the sheer size of their crew, they can't spend all that time with the cargo space they have. So we rent a few islands off the Concordant to set up little outposts. Those outposts we stock with food, water, anything that the Stormcallers would need so they can make brief stops out of the Tempest, resupply, and go back in to continue their time. Several weeks ago, 2 weeks ago actually to be precise, we received a message that one of the support vessels that sends goods back and forth from one of these islands was returning with a rather important delivery. That shipment should not have taken 2 weeks to get here, and a further support vessel sent out in the same direction did not pass my vessel on the way back. And when they arrived at the support island, they found nothing. The fortifications we had built had been taken down. All of my men stationed there are missing. Everything we had there is gone. I do not know how you can assist us in this situation, but if you somehow find out what happened to my ship and who or what took my ship, then I will help you.
You'd be surprised at the things that we've done.
Oh, I know. Your reputation does precede you in some form. You are all making a name of yourselves, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not.
In the criminal lessons, yeah.
We were planning on heading that way, so I'm sure we can step in and have a little look.
I have a question.
Yes.
So seeing as this is like these, you say these like these islands that they own are off the Concordant. Am I familiar with them by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the archipelago is the closest to these islands, but these are even closer to the Tempest than any turtles would dare live.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be aware of them growing up because when the Stormcaller starting being used, you were already an adult pretty much. But these islands initially weren't a thing; they were just abandoned, and then something was made, and a bunch of ships went out there and built some fortifications there, and then they've been like rallying points where every so often, a ship would go there, and then a ship would leave. It's pretty consistent rates of like dropping stuff off and returning. You wouldn't really know what goes on those islands, as
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, you would know of them.
Alright.
Yeah, it's just the land that the KC owns, and if they can make a profit off it, they might as well.
Like, it's close enough to the Tempest that elementals sometimes wander out of the Tempest within range of those islands.
Is that just for the politics of it? Does she own those islands, or
No,
are those
she rents
islands
them.
rented? Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're still owned by the KC. She just rents them for her business, for her family's business.
That makes sense.
So you say you had an inkling on who did it?
Well, I assume this somehow all ties back to the caretaker himself. As to how he would do it, no clue. He does not have a fleet. He does not have any ships or any knowledge of how to run them. And the only way you could hit my vessels is at sea.
Ties to the cartel, perhaps?
Potentially, but I have no proof. So, it's an extra bonus. You somehow get me information, figure this out, solve my problem, and I will help you. How about this as an extra added bonus on top of it? If you can somehow return to me the missing cargo, I will send your mother right that day.
We'll most definitely see what we can do.
At this point with the karma motions, they're probably like past.
Yeah, karma
Yeah,
motions
because
comes to a pass at
they
this point.
have.
Yeah, it expires around this time.
I feel like I've got like deadened like emotions from it because it's like this whole thing has just become like super overwhelming that she's kind of just shut down.
If you find my ship's a wreck, that's fine by me. If it was destroyed, at least it's an answer. But if you find the cargo on it, or if you find it somewhere it's not meant to be, I want what's mine back. It had 2 filled file canisters. Each one of those holds enough essence for several hundred file flasks. And I'm missing 2 of them.
If that is the case, how big are these file? I don't remember what you said. I forgot.
Canisters are not small. They would require several people to move. Then, like, this would be easier, and she just casts minor illusion and just creates an image of one. They're, you know, like the big bathtub size ones you guys saw in the on the lifts going up.
Yes.
Yeah.
About double that size. They basically, like, you would need to move one if it's like as heavy as it looks. You'd probably need horses to like consist, or like a crane or people to like pull it. Yeah, like it's almost the size of a wagon.
How familiar am I with what's it like, uncommon magic items?
Well, they're uncommon.
Yeah.
Fair.
In what regard?
Okay, so basically what I'm thinking is, because it would be better if we could show up with them rather than tell her to send someone. They are in this really obscure location that's hard to get to. So if they are so massive, is it possible to get, because you can only use a bag of holding, you can only put stuff in that's the width of the opening for the bag, right?
Yep.
But a portable hole is far bigger than that opening. If reduce were to be cast on this, not that I know if that works or not, but in theory, would that be small enough to fit within the size of that hole? Because I've got no way to gauge in my head how big this thing actually is.
If it's big
So I know
as
that it
a,
would cut it in half.
if it's as big as a wagon, it'll be half the size of a wagon, and I still think that's testing portable
It's
hull.
probably a bit
but-
too big.
But we'll get to there if we get to there. You can think that this might be a feasible plan. I won't say that you don't think it's a feasible plan, but for all intents and purposes right now, you think it could be.
Okay, cool.
As she's like stating like the things that are in the canisters, like Selena's just like quickly notes them down.
As I said, this is an optional extra. You somehow deal with it, and I do not expect you to have to follow through with everything here. Then that will be the extra bonus applied. You said you were on your way to the Concordant yourselves.
Yes.
I have a ship that will be leaving there in 2 days. If you wish, you can piggyback off the vessel. It can drop you off at one of the major islands if you'd wish. You can continue from there as it continues on to the resupply station. Not the same one.
That sounds good.
Will we have to provide our own provisions, or I'm assuming
Provisions are fine. I can put a message in. There's nothing to worry about. You'll be taking, if you wish to use my ship, then you will be dropped off at which of the 2 islands you prefer. It would have to be the 2 southern islands, as otherwise it would be too far out of the way. And then you can continue from there. You have rooms, you'll have food, etc. It gets you in the same direction you're going, and it gets me towards a goal I want as well. And it costs me next to nothing.
At this point, you see as the 2 servants return.
It seems that our time
is
is up.
the contract written up?
They start writing it up, like she dictates directly to them the terms, and the scribe who comes down, who came with them, is like immediately starts writing it in. It takes a few minutes for her to.
Is she defining the terms in good health? and stuff like that. So, because since I am being a lawyer,
Yeah, roll.
I
You know
would
what?
like
You can
to be
roll.
a part of
You
this
can roll either history or religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is literally something you were trained to do with the eyes, like prepare and make sure things are just and fair. She is putting them in good faith. Every term, there is no loopholes you can tell of. She is actively trying to make it so this is as black and white as possible.
Like you see, she's trying to get like as much information out. She's like willing to. She trusts this. She trusts the scribe, and eventually, like when she's given like enough information for the scribe to work with, she looks back at the clock.
My meeting is coming up in about 2 minutes now. I have to go and get prepared. He will finish the contract. She literally signs the paper without it even being completely filled. It is like, my signature's there. When he is done writing it, sign it. He will stamp it, and we will be good to go.
Just give like a short bell.
She nods back.
Thank you very much for your time. May I suggest next time to avoid unniceties as my arrival? Perhaps you have alarms set up around the gates, and or maybe some guards.
She walks off.
Invisible creatures. Thank you very much.
She is too busy right now. You start to you're almost done talking. She just leaves.
As she like sort of moves away, just under my breath, just vile retchling, just muttering just obscenities to her.
Roll the table.
Yeah.
There it is.
I thought you were going to do it with her in there.
Nope. We're waiting for the exact moment it was over.
Next moment's the succubus one.
I'm impressed she held it in that one.
As she starts to leave, and as you start saying these words, she does takes a step back. As everyone in the room that is present just quickly is enamored by this sudden transformation that only a few of you saw last time. But you see Christine in a very angelic light, large spectral white feathered wings spring from her back. She seems to be glowing slightly.
All the traces of like the pinkish around her eyes gone. Her, like she's glowing. Like the hair turns nearly the same platinum white blonde of Selena. Yeah.
Probably like in this moment, like it goes from just muttering to that kind of underneath to a more louder, just like confident, just again similar, just throwing these like just words of hate towards her.
You see,
As you're saying them, she stopped at the moment at the door, like watching this happen, and she smiles, goes, "I have made a good deal today," and then walks out.
And it's just louder and louder as she gets further and further away, as she just like instead of breaking as she's like yelling, it's just like that more pure anger like coming through in that.
as you get angrier and angrier and you start shouting, you feel two arms around your stomach pulling you in tightly as your mother is embracing you.
She stops immediately.
She hugs you from behind tightly. And you feel that twisting of tension in the back of your mind that snaps with these explosive bursts just fade away. And in that moment of clarity you have, could you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Sure thing.
I just noticed you're not a celestial, you're a
Remember to add
celestial.
a 4 to your wisdom saving throw.
No, I
14.
won't. I'm not adding. That's the allies, right?
No, it's just within 10 feet of me. It doesn't matter if you consider me an ally, it's if I do.
Read that, because I actually need to know that.
In a moment of insecurity with your mother there and the sudden comfort that you did not expect, this the energy that is filling you up with celestial divinity and raising you into the radiant form falters for a moment. It reestablished itself shortly, but to everyone else sitting there, you notice that there is a brief moment where the wings flicker, both like substantial then insubstantial, then back again, and then her form shifts between the celestial to her normal form and back to celestial, as it seems not to be able to completely hold itself, but it reasserts, and the full length of the experience occurs as normal.
And at this point, like from like the arms coming around behind holding her, it's just she goes a little bit like from kind of pulling herself up and like a higher stance to just slumping a bit until eventually just going back into that kind of on her knees, just probably because of the way of this transformation. Not entirely. I put the wrong one on as well. Not entirely. Like fucking completely like calm, but there is that kind of moment where like the sadness itself is just more tame.
Yeah, your mother is crooning slightly, just to make you feel better.
Yeah, just
Some of that sombering moment. That deal done. It's all resolved. Is there anything else anyone would like to say before we cut away to what Jakova has been doing this whole time?
Yeah, let's go to Jakova. I want to see what he's doing.
Alright, Jakova.
Mhm.
Time rewinds briefly as you step out of the meeting room with them.
So there was a guard that would show me around, right?
Yes, one of the servant steps out with you, and he's like, "Where would you like to go?"
Out to the rear yard.
Okay. Follow me, and he leads you away. It's this older Genasi man. As he leads you through the house, it is not very, it's very tall, it's not very long, it only takes 30 or so steps to go from where you were to the rear door.
I'd say the place was huge, so...
Yeah, it's not a massive place. You pass through what looks like what looks like a dining area, and off another hallway goes to a kitchen, and then this same hallway you're in goes straight from the front door all the way to the back door. And he opens it up and he steps aside. He's like, "The rear yard, sir."
Does, if you know, does that, pointing... I assume I could see him from the door.
Yeah, you step out into the rear yard and you see, entering in through that side gate, only a few moments before when you looked out the window and saw him, now kind of frozen a bit, definitely weighing his own options. You see that same guard from the care house who stabbed his own friend in the back and then called out for help and abandoned, and then ran out and abandoned everyone else to you.
I asked the servant, do you know if that man over there has a name?
I believe that would be Jonas, sir.
Thank you. I'm not sure of the customs if you have to wait or not, but I'll probably be out here for a while.
I will be waiting us inside, sir. If you need anything, I will be there.
Thank you. And, I approach until I'm noticed, and then I'll slow down. Towards Jonas there.
Yeah, he sees you almost immediately.
So it's sort of a normal walking pace, and as I get closer, I sort of slow down. Almost coming to a halt when he keeps some distance between us, just so he doesn't feel too on guard. You made it here. Jonas, right?
That is correct.
I just wanted to say, I did see you and what looked like a few others leaving the care house. I felt it was appropriate to thank you for not necessarily attacking us. At the very least, I did everything I could to make sure no one died, including the ones that did fight us.
I didn't do it for you.
I didn't think you did. I'm just thinking.
I didn't do it for them. I did it for me. Because it is time that I start doing stuff for myself and take care of my own. I am quite surprised to see you here, but I'm watching you.
Did you get out who you were trying to get out?
me to know.
Well, we succeeded in what we were doing. We were here having a meeting with, I believe Lady Ariante was the owner of this place. The others are still discussing with her, but I want to come out to properly make sure everything went well on your end. Even though there's really no reason for me to do such. It felt appropriate. I was also curious if the others that were with you were also safe. Looking around, see if they're there as well. I didn't ask that before.
Did you have a look around? Just seems to be you and Jonas in the yard at the moment.
I don't know who you are. And quite frankly, at the very moment, I do not care. However, I am impressed that you made it out of there alive. I know who controls that particular building, and what they keep close to their chest is typically worth a lot, so you have my respect in that regard.
I will leave you to whatever it is you're doing out here. I might just stay and get a bit of fresh air while I'm out here, though. Maybe this isn't the last our paths are gonna cross, but if it isn't, then I look forward to seeing what you're capable of.
He chuckles a bit. Far more than you even know. And he walks away.
He walks past you and starts heading inside.
Agfa's gonna stay outside and look up at the clouds. What sort of weather is it? Is it cloudy?
It's a small
It's like
coverage.
summer, isn't it?
It's turning into spring. Into autumn. So it's starting to. It's slightly overcast. There is a lot of blue in the sky. There's a bunch of clouds, but it's very bright. As you're sitting there, you see a glow come from the window that you were looking out of before.
Oh shit! Come on, just enjoy some fresh air.
No.
You know what? He's gonna pick up his book. Just ignore it this time.
Okay.
You wait out the back, you read, a few minutes pass, and eventually the servant's like, "Oh, sir, the rest of your party need you."
As long as they didn't burn things.
Then you're taken back to the room where the finished contract is now ready for everyone to sign.
I'm gonna need a copy of that finished contract.
Anaya can't write, so when she signs, she just draws like two little people holding hands.
You mean
Anaya?
Tara?
Just
Yeah, wrong character.
You got confused when Jonas started speaking, I assume?
Jonas being there just totally flipped my mind. Yeah, no, Tara.
I just want to get a general vibe of what the room is right now.
As you walk in, you see that I'm assuming that the positions of Christine and her mother haven't changed. So you see Christine on the ground, like head tucked into knees, and her mother hugging her from behind, crooning.
Angelic and Devil wings next to each other.
And the rest of the group is sort of either looking at that or, in Xavier's case, overseeing this contract being made.
I feel like Selena is like standing very still with her hands like tight balls, just like waiting.
I'm glad to see you're all still standing. Signing that or something?
Yes, the final clause has been written and just requires a bit of penmanship.
Arkful will write his name down in Leonin.
Cool. You sign your name on the dotted line. There are a lot of dotted lines. Tara, you draw your little people holding hands. Xavier, when you're like, I want a copy as well, the man is just like, it would take too long for me to write up an entire other copy, sir. It is the only copy that will be made, and we'll be keeping it here. If this were to fall into the wrong hands, it would absolutely turn everything against what I believe you and Miss Ariante want.
I wish to attempt to memorize as much of this as I want, as I
Sure.
possibly can.
As
Make an
you
intelligence check.
yeah, as you're looking over it to read it, it's well written. It's not putting any. It's not saying it's not swayed in anyone's favor in particular. It's very matter of fact. If Party B wishes for Party A to aid them in a further endeavor of their cause, then lists a bunch of statements, etc. And then it looks very formal, very well written. Doesn't look like it's going to be misconstrued in any way, but
It's
it
not
is.
an infernal contract.
Is it
No.
law
No.
writing? Because law writing is not fun.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
law writing.
And-
you can tell, like, this is not an internal contract. There is no soul bind to it. You aren't going to die if you break it. But you can tell, like, even with you're 4 of a roll, like, you can't memorize a lot of it, but you do know that this would be a incredible piece of blackmail against either your group or Ariante herself. So it's like, you guys don't really want to have it come out and be exposed.
Yeah, like it did.
Can I try something, if possible,
Go ahead.
just to see if it works? Can I have... Oh, I don't know if this is going to work, but can I have Elu flow through the document and then flow into my spellbook? I want to see if it's able to be copied like that.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah. You.
You know what? Okay. Make an intelligence check for Ilu.
Elu can...
Too much information.
Just like too much.
She is literally information.
Oh, look at that. That's a good roll.
Alright, she flows through the document, which the scribe is like, what the f when you do that? And Ilu just straight through it. As she does, like, every time she flows through paper, the entire document is completely filled with other information overlapping the existing. But then when she flows out of it, it just leaves behind the original wording.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then-
Oh, sorry, I'm still adjusting to how all of this works. My apologies. I hope I didn't ruin
And
anything.
as it's it doesn't have it. I thought I had it. My bad. No, it's fine.
What do you think?
I thought we gave it a illusory script, but we didn't.
I have a illusory script.
But there is as she floats through your spellbook, like basically, I'm assuming you don't even take your spellbook out. She just floats through
No.
your bag
Yep.
and through the spellbook, and leaves it. You'll have to see later what has occurred.
Cool.
So what's the
I'd
plan
like
for the
to
next? Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
What were you saying to me?
They'll be able to sign.
Okay.
In Goblin.
Selena, Christine.
I'm waiting for Christine. She can't bring herself to sign it until Christine signed it. It's too much guilt.
I sign
Probably.
it, and I put my last name on it.
Your real last name.
My real last name.
Probably still just a bit
Thugmeister.
overwhelmed
What
by
is Osiris' real life?
everything that's still been happening.
You looking at?
She will
Looking at the content.
get up slowly. It's probably still like that angelic form wavering, whether it still be there. And
How long does it last for?
a minute.
At this point, with you getting up, it falls away completely.
Can we give it a few more seconds?
Sure.
I was just like, because as I want to move forward and I want to pick up the pen, I write my name, my first name, pause, and then afterwards, like, this is all in Infernal. I will put Christine Finica. And that's probably when, like, the transformation just fades away.
It'll breaks off you at that point and falls away and dissipates into nothingness.
And then just sort of head back and just hold another tightly.
So just slowly walk up, sign the paper, and then just walk out.
As soon as you finish signing it, the scribe immediately sands the paper to dry off all the excess ink that's there, and then rolls it up, puts it into a tube, seals it with a wax seal, and then leaves. He doesn't even say anything to any of you as he goes. The servant who is there, Selena, you walk out at this point. The servant's like, if you would all follow me, the front entrance is this way.
Nod slowly.
So what is the plan then? Looking to Osiris as we're walking out, I assume?
Well, the first thing is to not get stabbed. He looks to Christine. I apologize. expecting it to go like that.
She refuses to listen.
Not that it would interest any of you, but I met that man that was at the care house. His name's Jonas.
Name.
I wished him well and that I hope our paths cross again. And then I seen the bright light and had to come back in.
As you all reach the front of the building, and it opens and you step out to the street, the servant who's there goes, "A message has been sent to the Ariante Estates. If you would make your way there, you may leave your mother there in our care, and if you wish, rooms are being prepared for all of you as well. You may stay with the Ariante family for as long as you are in town. The hospitality, I have been told, will be exquisite. Good day." And then he goes back inside and the door closes.
Now, which way are the estates?
Slater immediately knows. Actually, basically anyone who's lived in Ghislaine at any point knows. You don't need to delete the bag of holding, Osiris. She took that one, and one of the servants gives you a new one that's empty. Because she said she'd give you an empty one.
That hurt. I'm sorry I tried. That
Yeah.
hurt my soul.
It was an attempt.
So, are we spending a night here? What are we doing?
2 nights.
2 nights. Well, if we have some time, we could discuss stuff, Osiris. Sorry, Lord Ozzy.
But that'll be later that.
Yeah,
I think our group needs a couple days to recoup, so this is good, right?
Selena's walked off. She's like walking towards the estate.
One of the guards like, if you would like, we can call for a carriage. We've been told you would draw quite a lot of attention, and Miss Ariante has instructed if you would like a carriage to the estates, one could be arranged.
I'll be fine.
He turns to the rest of you.
For the
Tara
safety
will
of some
follow
of
with,
us.
Selena.
Looking at Xavier when I say it, yes.
That will be fine. Yes, please, thank you very much.
So Tara's going with me.
Is
On
this
a
the
day,
same?
Yep.
Is this the same guard that got caught off guard?
Yeah, it's the same one. What time of day is it, Cyrus? It's only like 11 a.m. 11,
Oh.
yeah. Like, you guys arrived probably around like
Back in time?
9 a.m.
I said it
It
was
was-
midday.
I
I
thought
thought
midday.
it was midday. It's like 1.
Maybe like 1 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, 1:30.
No, time goes backward in Venetia.
Ah,
Listen,
I
The
see.
planes do fucked up shit. Time sometimes goes backwards. But no, it's like 1 o'clock. It's
Damn fair.
just after lunch.
I feel like as I'm walking, if Tara's come with me at some point, like, Selena's just like, you know, this is all my fault.
How is this your fault?
This is my family that we're trying to save. And
But we're also saving Christine's family. I take blame. My fault.
Tara,
Hmm?
she is my half sister, but I see them together, and honestly, that's her real family. I'm not her real family. I'll never be her real family.
I don't know about that, Christine.
She needed her. She doesn't need me.
I disagree. With the way I have seen Christine almost cling to you in ways, I think
It's because she knows that
falling
I'm going to
for you.
die one day.
Ah, that just makes you more important.
It's going to happen a lot sooner than it should. This
what if-
whole foolish prophecy is. She knows that this is what's going to happen. I do these trials, and one day I sacrifice myself. she gets to look at that every single day and deal with the fact that she has finally gotten a half sister who is now going to die. She doesn't need that. Nobody needs that.
I don't know about that. Even if you only have something for a little bit of time, if it's important enough, you just have to value the time you have with it.
Thank you.
For?
Just that.
Tara just kind of gives one of her typical dumb grins.
For the most part, she's kind of quiet after that.
Tara will grab Selena's hand if she lets her, and she tries to kind of skip with Selena to try to distract her and brighten her mood a bit.
She sort of allows it, she allows any sort of hand holding and all that sort of stuff, but it's awkward because she's still kind of she's not cold towards you, but it's there's not much life in her.
Yeah, understood.
She allows you to skip whilst holding her hand.
She still tries to do things to kind of brighten Selena's mood and stuff a bit.
Alright, so you two start wandering off towards the estates. Anyone going on foot with them, or just everyone else taking carriages?
I'm probably delayed before I'm ushering out, but carriage, yeah.
You think Hartford would be trying to force you in there?
Yeah. A pair of carriages comes out because several of you are rather large.
Wow.
They're
You're
big
supposed to say
people.
that to people.
They don't have total-sized carriages available at a whim. They have.
I bet they don't
huge-
have the
Wow.
total size seats in them as well. So I got to stand.
Yup.
Specifically picking out one party member, that's even worse.
Yeah, he has a shell. So a pair of carriages come out. You guys divvy yourselves up between the two of them, and they head off in
Whatever
the direction
carriage
of the
that
estates.
Xavier's in, I'm not. And,
Yeah.
So
That's fair.
You know what? That is See, I got my goal out of this.
Can we
What,
put Xavier
Having
on the
Christine
spot?
hate you more?
I'd
So
rather
look,
she hate me than our potential business partner.
I feel like given the situation, one carriage is Xavier and Osiris, and the other carriage is Akfa, Christine, and Christine's mom.
Well, I
That
berate
makes
him
sense.
while I'm in the carriage.
Oh, I assume.
You can.
I believe Xavier, you wanted to say something to Osiris.
Push him out the carriage.
Yeah, but this ain't working right now.
If you don't want to do the scene now, we can do it. You can do it at some other point.
You see, this is gonna require downtime, and Jeremy knows what I want.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is gonna- yeah, but this ain't
This is not the time nor the
This
place
is-
for that.
Okay.
No, this is berate. This is berate Xavier for forcing Christine to give up her mum.
So we'll fast forward a little bit then. You all take the carriages across town, going from the center of town to the very far edges, as the Ariante estates are on the far southern parts of the city. They have this large estate area that overlooks the ocean from a great vantage point that overlooks directly into the docks, where you can see the Stormcaller docks themselves, nestled into the walls. Is anyone not going to stay at the housing provided to you at the States for today?
No, I'm heading there. I'm just gonna stay there.
And it's okay.
Gonna have to stay there.
I think rest is
Probably
needed.
is.
Although, before we get out of the carriage, I do have one thing I wants to just say to Christine.
Go for it.
Now, I'm not going to give her time to respond. I'm just making that clear.
Yep.
As he's getting out, he sort of looks back at you, and I assume you're sitting, holding hands pretty much. For what it's worth, Christine, I think the decision you made today is something I don't think I ever could have. Just know I think that you are stronger than you let on. Now, try and come to terms with what the next few days will mean. And he walks off to, honestly, just go sort of look around this estate.
How perceptive are you? Out of curiosity?
Pass of 17.
I think he's got a
Prob-
best passive out of everyone.
You probably see just as you say that, says she's stronger than she appears. Her grip on her mother's hand just tightens, a lot, and you can just see her face just struggle.
I think she just needed those words of affirmation for once, though.
Yeah, she obviously has not been given the time, like proper time to respond, so there is no response.
As you all exit the carriages at your own pace, or maybe half an hour later for the two walking, you see a large estate. There seems to be several. There seems to be a large central building in the middle of this like complex, and there seems to be several smaller, like side homes built onto the ground.
Yep, there's like you can see like a massive stable area set from one. There's even like a storehouse of some kind. There's a main house. There's a second house. There's a house near the water. There's a house as far from the water as possible. There's clearly like servant housing as well mixed in there. It's huge.
And as you arrive, there seems to be a bunch of servants waiting for you and like directing the carriage to go to the stables and leading you to one of the extra houses. And as you all I assume you all just follow. No one's really gonna walk off.
No.
Not really.
Is there anything anyone would like to do with the remainder of the day, or is everyone burnt out?
I am well and truly burnt out.
I think the only thing for the remainder of the day is Arkler's curious, and he's basically going to keep an eye out the window to see if that particular Jonas comes this way.
Okay.
He's curious about that one now.
Probably would like to do something later on during the day in the afternoon with Osiris after everything's calmed down, but I doubt we're going to do it this session.
Oh, we can.
End it.
You said it's near the sea, right? Oh, hang on. Yeah, overlooking like a cliff over the sea, I'm assuming.
Yep.
I'm gonna go like sit somewhere outside and just like look out at the ocean and try and sort of meditate.
Find a particularly nice place to rest. You overlook the sea. It's quite calm at the moment. And you use that to help start the meditation process. What did you want to do, Osiris?
I wanted to leave a present for Christine along with a note.
Yep.
What does the note say? And when this happens, is this like early or is this in the evening?
When she's not in her room, I don't know if she's ever not going to be in her room, but she might be in her mother's room, or if
Yeah.
there's a different room. But it's like
Yeah, it's
her
probably a
room
different room,
regardless.
and she would be with her mother.
So basically, the note says you will need context for what is also left, but it says here, just in case you need one extra go at making sure she's okay.
I feel like this is probably seen maybe very late into the night.
But when you do see it, it is the Pearl of Power.
Yeah, God,
Sucked in.
fuck you. She probably just picks it up, realizes what it is, seeing that because we also saw it, and she just holds it tightly.
Okay.
Probably just at that point, broken but out of energy, just holds it.
Yeah.
It is in the party sheet.
As you're, this is like, let's say it's the early evening at this point. You're in your room, you just got this note, and while you're looking down at it, you hear a knock on the door, and a scurrying of feet.
I open the door.
You just see sitting on the ground, directly in front of your door, is a plate with some food on it. You see it's like some rice-based dish. You're not 100% sure when you look down at it. Looks like there's some egg and some rice mixed together with a lot of sauce, and not 100% sure. And then tucked under the edge of the plate is another note.
Brace myself for trying to read that one.
You pick up the note, and it reads, "As you've shared pieces of your family with me, here is one of the only pieces of my family I know. I'm always here if you need someone, and I'd be happy to consider you my sister." And there's a little picture in the bottom of two people, like, holding hands.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just in case you didn't feel enough.
Is there a third letter that says roll on the table?
If you want to, you can roll. Go for it. I feel like emotional devastation is something you're currently experiencing.
What makes you say that?
It's okay. At least no one's casting Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
It's okay. That note, that wasn't my idea. I'm just the bear. I'm just the messenger.
I know! They both weren't your ideas. That's the worst part.
That's great. I love this party.
Fuck it. Just get it over with.
As we go to...
There's no one in range.
Nothing happens yet.
I like to think that, like, all these other people are doing this sort of stuff. Selena's taken the room, like, next to you guys, and she's just, like, through the night, she's kind of, like, she doesn't sleep. She just sits with her, like, back facing the wall opposite, like, basically the one that's facing your room, just, like, waiting to, like, hear out for things, just in case anything happens. But, like, I will choose to have that exhaustion for the next day.
Okay. As late evening before whatever this happens, and after Assas has delivered his presents, what did you want to do, Xavier?
Okay. I wanted to go to Osiris and knock on his door. Could I trouble you for a minute, or maybe a short while?
Yes, Xavier. Better you trouble me than trouble the others. What's wrong?
It's not necessarily what's wrong, it's... I need to improve on something, and frankly, you're the best person that can help me at the moment that isn't completely livid at me.
Come on, people skills. Yes, and what is that?
I'm going to cut straight to the point here. I've been continuously stabbed in the back. I'm not very good at watching my own six, and as you and I probably both know that we're not as limber as we were in our youths. So
Wasn't even that limber in my youth.
I was hoping to undergo a little bit of training, so to speak.
How can I help with that?
I was wondering if you still have the spell slots available to cast invisibility. I would like to hone my senses in trying to find people, not through looking specifically, but gathering hints.
Let me get this
Hearing,
straight.
listening.
You want to better yourself with a magic game of hide and seek.
Yes.
I mean, I'll give you points for originality.
And maybe this will help you as well, considering that I cannot cast it on myself for you to do it on you, but you could probably get better at sneaking as well. If I can't find you.
I am already the peak male form of perfection, but we can try and work better on you. I suppose it is a start in understanding what is flawed and what causes, perhaps whether it be hardship or anything of the like, to the rest of us. But I admire your drive to better yourself. I will try this with you, under one condition.
Name the condition.
You give an extra second to thought when weighing in on people's decisions. It was a shit show back there. I understand where you're coming from, but that is not always wise. You need to give people a chance. I understand what you've been through, you understand what I've been through, but you've got to let people make their own decisions, otherwise they won't learn.
I understand that. And I'll take it to heart. Given the situation we're in, I hate to really say it, but having a mother with us is detrimental.
Oh, I am aware, I said that earlier.
And
Like, one way or another we were getting her mother somewhere safe, whether it be by our definition or by another's. That's not that's not what I have a problem with. If anything, that's my fault because I started the conversation with Miss Oriante. But no, I mean more letting her make that decision instead of forcing her to. That's probably the worst thing you did, was you tried to force her into making a decision that she was not ready to make herself. That's why she hates you.
I'd rather she be angry at me.
No, I'd rather she not be angry at you because it's hard to fix that. If she's angry with herself or at another that is not within the group, right? If she is pissed off with Miss Ariante, that's one thing. She's not there in combat to, oh, would you look at that? Now you're dead because I wasn't paying attention. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand.
This is what causes you to get stabbed in the back. This is what you're trying to fix so you're able to see. But this is what causes it. It's just wrong place, wrong time. And I know you mean well, but she'll never know that if you keep this up. And I'm not talking just for the sake of talking. I'm talking from experience. Like, you give the example of you were off with, God, I can't even remember his name at this point. It's been such a long day. And that you've committed atrocities. Yeah, sure. But you know what's difficult? Is getting people to trust you. You need people to trust you. It's hard enough getting her to trust me. I just want you to think.
Alright. Oh,
Now we can try this tomorrow.
get some rest. And hopefully, when all this is said and done, I hope we get to where you need to go in time.
I'm sure we will. Now if you excuse me, I have a floor to sleep on.
Okay, but make sure to take care of the little one. And
At this point, I think she takes care of me.
really does now.
As you exit Xavier, you see a servant walk in with a bunch of like pillows, like large pillows and cloth. Is like, we realized that the bed wouldn't really fit, so you can do with which what you will. She like just drops a whole bunch of comfort things that you can make a nest on the floor and however way you want.
Yep, yeah, I see where my statue is.
They
How
bring you on the
condescending
floor.
it all is.
They bring you as much as you ask for, but there's a limitation.
Yeah, I only do two things. That's cast sending and sleep on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, the floor's comfortable,
Question.
you know?
Hmm.
Would people stop questioning if a tower sprouted up in the estates?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I don't need that because I sleep on the floor anyway. I just have a very comfy shag rug.
Oh, it's just that you can't take the out of the tower.
No,
Oh,
turns into smoke.
well,
Anyway, go to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm
Yep.
tired.
Alright.
As
Everyone settles down for the night. As you all go to bed, one by one, you all make yourselves to bed. You all go to sleep. And as you do, Akfa,
Yeah.
you were asleep.
I would like to think I'm a cat that can sleep, yes.
While you were sleeping, you find yourself standing in the middle of a field.
Oh, fuck.
Long grass up to about waist high,
Mm,
mountains in the distance, the shimmer of heat on the air in front of you.
is home?
It looks like the savannah.
Oh no. I look around as I don't remember falling asleep in the savannah.
You hear, initially it's at the very edges of your hearing, but it starts to get louder and louder. Drums. As you,
Tribal or a datey thing?
they remind you immediately of Leonin tribal drums,
Hmm.
made from bone and hide and twisted reeds. You turn in the direction of the sound and you see what wasn't there before, a large clearing in the grass. Not cut grass, but patted down, trampled until it forms a massive circle, probably 300-400 yards across.
I will approach.
Sconces every so often going around with fire in them. And in the very center, a twisting of what looks like roots coming out of the ground, sticking straight up. As you start approaching, you hear, just straight into like the back of your head, you just hear, "The road ahead." And then almost off, like it's far away from you, but you can just hear the edges of the echo. "The road behind. Decisions you've made. Consequences to come. Designs you've got. Plans have been laid." As you keep walking towards the center, you watch as the grass shifts and twists and tears, almost like there's invisible creatures running across it, acting in some formal way. You can't see any activity, but you can see the reactions from the nature around it, and you move towards these twisting roots. And as you get closer towards the center, the voices continue. Plans laid, outcomes unsure. Goals within reach. Grasp with your claws. And sitting right in the center of the twisted roots, you see a single white and black Leonin gauntlet held together in the center of these twisted, gnarled roots.
Akfa stands steadfast, not looking around, but listening around.
The drums are still going, louder as you've been moving towards the center. They're coming from all around you now, wherever these unknown drummers are.
More accurately, as he sort of leans down, stopping just before he touches it. I decide my path. I will earn back my honor. But I will do it in my way. As he will pick it up.
You reach for the gauntlet as it's sitting there. It's almost completely white with a single line of black. It starts at one point, runs around the gauntlet and up to where the base of the blade is, then up the blade, which the blade itself is pure black, almost like it drinks in the light itself. And as you reach forward, touch the gauntlet, the dream ends. With a sudden burst of light, you find yourself in regular sleep.
Okay.
Xavier,
I.
you are asleep.
That's strange.
While you're sleeping, you find yourself standing in a long hall.
Well, go into this hole.
Nope, not one you recognize.
Okay.
This large hall. By hall, I mean like trial room, pews to either sides, a large plinth at the opposite end, a pew, or what's the word, pedestal, with a set of scales atop it, tilting one way, then the other, and one way, then the other, as they tilt back and forth on top of this pedestal at the end of the hall.
Walk towards the scales.
As you shift towards the scale, every footstep echoes in the room, and with each echo, the room shifts slightly. Initially, it's a nice, this lavish hall. You take one step, and it's decrepit, the pews broken, the windows cracked and shattered. The next step, it's still being built, the pews partially constructed, everything still in this pre-glazed state that hasn't been completed yet. The next step, it's finished again, but designs are different. The next step, everything is shifted, like in the opposite direction. You're actually walking towards the exit. The next step, it's all back the right way around, but now it's all laid out differently. And as you step towards it, the pedestal with the scales never moves. It's always there. They shift one way then the other as you move towards them. You get 5-10 feet away, and these scales are about nearly 15 feet straight up. As you've gotten close, the plinth is much taller than you are, and the scales are bigger than you are as well. You watch as each of the two sides you could stand in with enough room to reach and grasp the edges, and still not have enough to grab the opposite end. As they tilt one way or the other, what do?
Pause. Everything's not in balance then. If this is truly what this is, then
Oh well.
I attempt to get on. You said I could stand in one of the scales?
You said if you were to stand on one of them, you would fit inside of it easily. You want to try and climb up to it?
Yes, I will attempt to stand in the scales.
As you attempt to climb up the plinth, handholds seem to materialize in front of you, and you pull yourself up with surprising ease onto this large platform. Off to one side, seeming like the whole scale of the room seems to distort as you get close to these scales, as now the scales tower kilometers above you, the two platforms off to either side disappearing out of sight in how large they are, tilting down and then up and down and then up.
Get in.
How? As you've gotten closer to the scales, you've shrunk in size, or maybe they've grown. The top of this plinth is now leagues from the edge of the scales themselves. You see above you, the framework of the scales still sit. The crossing of metal is towering up into the sky, and very far in the distance, you see the arms that go across the top and the chains that reach down to connect. Far, far above you.
I'm gonna try and keep climbing.
You keep climbing. And you climb. And you climb. And you climb. And you climb. And after what seems like months in this dream, you reach the very top of the scales. And you stand, pulling yourself up over the final bar. And all you see at the very top, a single point coming out with an eye. And you look towards it, and it shifts and looks towards you. And then the dream ends. Selena,
Yes.
you are dreaming
It happens.
on occasion. You're standing on a beach with the ocean ahead of you, what seem like palm trees behind you, short grass dotting up through the sand, a few rocks, some shells, a crab scuttles across the water. In the distance ahead of you, you see a twisting of rock jutting out of the water, probably 10, maybe 12 miles away, out into the ocean. As you stare at this twisting of rock, you start to notice features along it, cracks and holes, and areas that distort the natural shape of the stone itself, as you realize the windows and balconies, walls, different layouts, and clearly someone lives inside this rock. It's been carved in different ways, the natural stone bent to the will of whoever applied these tools to it. As you're watching it, the water in front of you shifts, and the weave turns and twists through the water itself, breaking it apart and dispersing it and then reforming it. And then between you and this plinth of stone in the distance, platform of water starts to solidify and crystallize, forming up stepping stones to make your way towards it.
Sort of like as almost like a trance, she just gets up and starts walking towards it.
Each step on these crystallized platforms rings out hollow as they echo through a space that should not echo. And the water vibrates. And as you step further and further, the sound gets louder, the vibrations more intense. The platforms behind you crack and shatter and dissipate. Waves are thrown up with each step. The island behind you is overcome with storms as the waves overtake the beach. The waters overlap the trees and rip them out of their roots and pull them out into the ocean as you continue getting closer and closer to this tower. And as you keep going, over halfway there, at this point, every step causing massive shock waves that throw waves 20 feet up in all directions except the tower. You watch the single bolt of lightning pierces through this clear, cloudless sky, strikes the top of the rock, which cracks, shatters, and bursts into parts. And then you wake up.
Well, it's all the
Return to
sleep I'm
dreaming.
getting. No, she doesn't go back to sleep after that.
Hey, Tara,
Yes.
you're sleeping.
Crazy.
I know, right? Who does that?
Alright.
You're standing in the middle of a forest.
Mm-hmm.
The center of the forest. You're wandering through. It's a bit strange for you. Everything seems a bit larger than it should be. As you're walking along, you pass a small pool and you look down and you realize you're a child again.
She kind of shudders with an uncomfortable feeling. She tries to forget being a child a lot.
You move through the forest. You make your way towards the house where you know it is. You know the landmarks here. You see the gnarled, twisted tree, the one you always turn right at. You see the roots that course up through the ground in a pattern that almost looks like an arrow. You move within the same direction it points. And you make your way towards the house. The house where you lived at. And as you get there, you see the smoldering remains of that house. You hear your own words echo through your mind. Even if it's only a little time, you cherish what you spend with your family.
She crouches down in front of the house and just stares blankly for a bit until she just utters to herself, "Don't worry, I'll kill them. I'll bring you back. You will rise from their ashes, I swear it."
As you mutter this into the burned remains of the building, you hear from behind you a voice you've heard as you were growing up. "Come, child. You can bend the fire to your will. Come, child. I'll show you what you can do. Come, child. And you can rebirth anyone. Come, child. And we will burn everything." And you turn towards the voice, and dream comes to an end. Osiris.
Yo.
You're asleep.
I am.
As you are sleeping, you find yourself standing on a beach. Not facing the water, you're facing a house.
Okay.
Facing your house from years ago. The door is broken. The window is cracked. The roof is partially caved in. The steps have been shattered. What do you do?
He looks at the broken shambles of his past residence and does his best to remember the fun times he had at this locale and who he spent them with. And, if possible, would like to conjure Elu.
As you think about Ilu, the twisting of words appears through the air. And a little turtle made of words appears, swimming through the air as if it was water. And she happily just swims around you in a circle, swims up into the air and then down past you behind you. And you see in front of you the remains of your old home. And then Elu swims directly into your arms, and you see what you have gained now.
Not at the expense, but as a result. It's not as beautiful as some places, not as lavish, not even as well put together, but well, it is still mine. Well, he chuckles a bit and looks down at his arms. What is ours now
As you're thinking these things and saying them to Ilu, who just kind of like lazily rolls around in your arms, the house, the stairs reknit together, the window reforms, the door folds back out, the roof pushes back up. And the last thing before you seem to awaken is your old home standing as it was before anything happened. And finally, Christine.
Yep.
You're sleeping,
I think.
maybe. But when you come to awakeness, well, it feels like you're awake. You're standing in a room, nice sitting room, almost complete opposite to where you were earlier today. Sitting across from you, arms draped over her legs, smiling as she looks down at you, is your grandmother.
Immediately, like, kind of that tense up, like she knows she's done something she shouldn't have.
There's no need to be so tense, darling. You've done your end of the deal. Your deal was to get her out. It was not to fix her. It was just to get her out. I could not bear to see my daughter in such a place. And she is free now. In some scope of the word. But I know you're taking actions to make that complete.
What happened to her?
Who knows? I feel if you uphold your end of the deal, hopefully they'll uphold theirs. Devils are fond of deals. I'm
What
used to
was your
making quite
deal
a few. My deal?
with her?
What do you mean?
She did something for you before she was taken.
Yes. She did do something for me. She went to Ghislaine. She talked to a young man who was going through some heartache. She spoke words that eased his mind,
Yep.
and she invited him into her bed. Did you know devils can't have children normally? A
Her eyes
deal
wide.
needs to be made.
What?
A deal has to be made in order for it to happen. I made a deal to create your mother, and she made a deal, and you were the outcome. It is the only way it can happen. At least for us. You are not the same. I believe it would be a rather more natural occurrence for you.
Why?
Because there are things in motion, dear Christine. Things in motion that need myself, that need your mother, that need you. The wheels are turning. The fire is hot. The planes are shifting, and everything is colliding.
Then at what point am I involved? Why was I meant to be involved?
Fate is one hell of a bitch.
Upon hearing that, she, like, in that defeated sense, just slumps a bit. Hearing those words again about fate.
She gets up and approaches and walks behind the chair you're on and puts hands on your shoulders. She goes, "But it is not unbreakable. It isn't easy, but you can rewrite the lines if you know the words."
Her head moves up to her to look at her.
If you wish to take your own fate in your hands and rewrite those lines and change the words, it will come with time and struggle and work. you will get there. I know you will.
I don't see how.
You don't usually see progress, but it is happening. And as an extra little gift, I will bestow this upon you. A slight taste of what both you are becoming and what we are. And she reaches down and just kisses you on the forehead. And you feel a very stinging burn right where she kisses you. And you come awake.
Just awakens with more questions and answers.
I think that's where we're going to end the session.
Yeah, and as the morning of the 14th of Falk, the fourth sun, like goes through each of your windows, you've got decisions to make.
Yeah.
And that's where we'll end for this week.
Oh my god.
You should check your sheet.
Huh?
You
Okay.
should-
You're like fighting the fate you're meant to have. And there's like, no, I decide.
Oh, you gave me that? Okay.
But yeah, this is session 42. It was a long good one. That's lots talking, and I love these sessions. They're lots of fun.
Did you plan for session 42 to have all the lore in it? And,
No.
You know,
No, Darren was like to me an hour ago, I have dreams for everyone. I'm like, go ham, dream man. And I just sat back.
I have purely one
the meeting
theory
will
after
up the
this
universe
session.
and everything. Let's go, session 42.
I am convinced that that meeting that Lady Ariante had to go to was with Jonas.
Out of
I am
game?
convinced of it.
You're 100% right. Alright. I need to go
Yes.
sleep.
All good. You can head off if you want.
Alright, see you later.
See ya.
Do our streamy people have any streamy things this week?
I'm just gonna continue my art and trying to finish up Raft. It's a fucking enjoyable time, honestly.
Probably try to stream some more unpacking, maybe start up another game.
Nice.
You and Rosia. Could be. Hopefully. Maybe things don't come up.
Alright. Tomorrow I'll be starting, you all voted for Yakuza Kiwami 2, so I'll be playing that, 10 PM. Tuesday is another thing I'll pick an hour beforehand, because I'm lazy. Wednesday, we'll be switching over to Koromon after finishing Digimon Hacker's Memory. That was a fun game. It's a sad, fun game. Go play it if you like Digimon. And Thursday will be more Soul Link with Kay. And there will not be a D&D session next Friday, as one of our players is going on holiday. But we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for that. And we'll be back in 2 weeks' time from now on the 18th for session 43 of Whispers of the Atheneum presents Echoes of the Forgotten. I should go look for someone to raid because I want to do better at making raids happen.
It's a habit to get into.
Yeah, so if anyone if any of you two know anyone who's streaming at the moment, feel free to throw them out. No, good.
Check.
In terms of something that'd be even remotely close in content, if you care about that, I got no one.
No one.
Yeah, and I've got no one either.
It's just
hard for this
random
kind of
games.
content.
Let's just see who's playing D&D. And
My brain.
Yeah, no, with raiding, I always go for a rule of thumb: either go same game or a similar sort of vibe, or
you
friends.
raid
I
Pathfinder.
can only suggest you watch Chicken Life, which is just the Twitch stream.
That's a great stream, by the way. If you want to watch chickens, that's a good place to be. Actually, not just chickens. There's sometimes
Yeah, there's also like ducks and stuff.
sometimes have ducks, and I think occasionally even like some bigger wildlife
The
shows up.
chickens are currently sleeping.
Yeah, well, it is 6:40 in the morning there.
I can't find D&D.
fine.
It's under Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm trying to find out where to type that in, other than just
You
look
can
at
also,
stuff.
if you've got the tab up, Or if you actually have your stream tab up, Twitch tab up, you can go to your channel, click on the category, or
Yeah,
you
yeah,
click on
yeah,
the tag.
yeah, that works.
Take you to both.
You smart man. Me bad at stream.
Yeah, it's habits you sort of learn after
I am crazy hungry and I haven't
what,
eaten
4
today.
years.
Nah.
I'm gonna dip now to go eat.
Feel free to go. I will send everyone to I'll send people over to someone playing Atheneum out. Let's go do that. I've never actually played that game. Eldorian Tale. Alright. We'll catch you all later. Have a good night. Bye bye.
Cheers.